the 3:45 Personnel Committee meeting. Hello, Superintendent Anderson.
Hello there.
We are all in attendance. Do you want to start with, I'm looking at the agenda right now. It just looks like the terms and conditions of employment for program supervisors, non-classified personnel, and program assistants.
Sure. A month ago, I gave the first draft of the program director document and the non-classified document. They've been updated since then, and I also added a program assistant document. So maybe we can just briefly go over each one. I changed the program supervisor name to program directors and supervisors because we have people like, the buildings grounds director, nutrition services director. There are more directors than there were supervisors or coordinators. So I changed the name.
Yeah.
And there are some suggested changes, including for this group, converting, instead of having a scale up on vacation, the suggestion is to have 24 days of vacation when they get started. Thinking there is that these people do not earn overtime and they are expected to get the job done regardless of how long it takes. And so I think that's only fair to them. I do know that in the group, everyone puts in a lot of extra time. So, but that's the reason why the suggestion for a change in vacation for this group, but not others. Some other changes include increasing the number of short-term unpaid leave from 5 days to 8 days. And that's during their whole career. And that just matches other employee groups. The pay portion, there are some suggested pay differentials for Brent Lexvold, Paul Hartman, the student support coordinators, Alan and Amy. Those are in section 3.4, so you can kind of see what we're thinking about there. Some of our current employees do not qualify for these differentials. Some do, and some had something similar in the previous contract, like the student support coordinators. But we thought that right now their positions are banded according to some minimum requirements, and we thought that we should incent people for having some higher degrees and or certifications. Let's see, the next section is insurance. Jackie, can you talk about the potential insurance? You're on mute right now.
Carson, can I just ask quick while we wait for Jackie for a second? But this is all working documents. You have it in here. You haven't laid out like an individual, like what recommendations you're proposing in one document, right? Like laid out.
No, Carson's on mute.
Are you talking about the changes from the last document?
Exactly, yeah.
I've been keeping track on a red line version, so I can certainly share that out.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at the working one and the proposed, but just sometimes I still the exact changes you're making.
Right. Yep, and I can do that.
Okay.
All right, and what was the question on health insurance?
Yeah, if you could explain what the previous arrangement was and what's listed here.
The previous arrangement was that we would pay a set percentage of each group. And what we've done here is we've moved it to a defined contribution, much like our other non-classified or non-union groups, setting it at a level near where they would have been at the percentages, with the hope that this will mitigate the district's liability going forward.
So are they going to buy into that, or
at least the dollar amount
not really an issue?
Or maybe even higher the first year.
Yeah, it's high enough that it should keep them at a very level if we get a 10% increase the second year, I think is what we figured.
The only thing would be if we have a 15% increase, which is the cap, then the employee would pay a larger share. And of course, if it goes the other way, then they'd benefit from that.
These are not group negotiations.
Correct.
People take
Yeah.
them, right?
Yeah, they're at-will employees. Still, over time, we've had feedback from, multiple employees, as far as their concerns and requests, but we don't quote unquote negotiate. At the same time, we often mirror, changes in their contract with other contracts, because we don't want to take advantage of the group either, or these folks.
Right. Who knows what's going to happen with health insurance, but we would like to get everybody on a fixed payment rather than a percentage. So
right.
That moves us closer in that direction. Are you on a fixed percentage, Karsten?
Nope, I match the teachers, directors, and principals.
Okay.
At the bottom of page 7, section 5.4, I am recommending that we sunset the current course reimbursements for the student support coordinators. In the past, we paid up to $3,000 per year, but I'm trying to get out of those arrangements, largely because of feedback I've heard from one or more board members. At the same time, I didn't want to leave any of our current student support coordinators out in the cold. So I sunsetted at the end of this first year. And so I don't think anyone currently employed will be hurt, but then future people, will need to spend their own money on it. I feel okay about this because, there are incentives for them. They'll get more salary if they do complete like a master's degree, for example. So, they just get it on the other end of things. And then the Appendix A assumes, that's the salary grid, and it assumes 1% increases, for the first step, compared to last year. And then in the second year, it's a freeze. It's a 0% increase. So they would still receive steps, but they would, it'd be a 1% COLA and a 0% COLA. However, there are some significant banding changes, and many of the people here would have some changes. So, for example, Amy French, Brent Lexfold, well, the two of them would have increases, significant increases, because their position descriptions were rebanded and they should be placed at a higher band. And so that's reflected here. Alan Gaylor's a Buildings and Grounds Director. That's a new position for him. And so he would be placed, I can't remember if it's step 12 or 13. I'd have to go back and look, but it'd be somewhere between 80 and 85,000 per year. And I picked a step, but I forgot to share it out. So, I would certainly share that with you. And then we've already talked about some changes like for the activities director and student support coordinators. The student support coordinators could be moved into the teacher agreement at some point. A lot of students will have deans of students in the teacher agreement. And I think both Kayla and Carly would benefit from that change. The negative for us and, maybe for them is that, as soon as they're part of the teacher agreement, then teachers can put in for internal transfers. And then, sometimes we don't find the best fit for a particular position. So the recommendation is to keep them, with this document instead of converting them over to a teacher contract.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. And then Jackie, do you have some cost implications?
Do we want to talk all the groups? Because my costing is all together.
Yeah. Unless Pam, Jeannie, or Mike would rather do something different. All right. Well, then let's go to the next one. Oh, I got bumped out here. Sorry about this. We'll look at the non-classified one next. Sorry about this. All right. Oh, by the way, last time around, I tried to put I put the program supervisors and the non-classified in the same document because I'm trying to kind of even out a lot of the benefits when possible. But it was just too complicated to follow because there are differences between the two groups of people. So now they're back to separate controlling documents. For the non-classified people, let's see. Once again, with the short-term unpaid leave, it went from 5 to 8 days to match the others. On page 5, section 3.2, eligible employees would receive a step like they have for the last year or two. But then I did add an extra some step advancements for 2 of our employees, our payroll coordinator and our student services and EdFi coordinator, or student services and Mars coordinator. 2 or 3 years ago, we took some older documents and converted them into steps. And what I did at that time is I figured out their hourly wage and then put them at the step that was close to their previous wage. I never had them get a lower wage. It was always, the same or slightly higher. The problem, though, is that these 2 employees, when I did that, one of them started on step 1 and the other one started at step 2, even though both of them had over 20 years of experience. And it kind of told me that that this pay scale is going to be better for them, or that they maybe should have been paid more in the past. Certainly, that's an argument, because some people with that much experience ended up on step 1 and step 2 when we made the conversion. So it made sense at the time because it was still beneficial for both of them. But the thinking here is that instead of just giving 1 step to each, that we could give them 3 steps each, just to kind of, make up for that loss in steps when they were converted over. Sorry about the lengthy explanation.
It was very clear.
Clear as mud, right?
Yep.
Are they just getting the steps sooner than they would have?
Yeah, so instead of, and I don't know what steps they're at now, probably like 3 or 4. But if one of them was on step 3, then they'd jump to step 6 for the first year. So they'd get 3 steps instead of just 1. And that would only be for people hired, before a certain date. I think it's 1995 in the contract. So it impacts very few people. And my hunch is that if this group and the school board are agreeable to it, that we just do it during this 2-year period, and then we'd go back to just 1 step per year for each employee. So we're not obligated to do this, but I do feel like it's the right thing to do. The other issue it solves is that, when they started at step 1 and step 2, then when we brought somebody in from the outside, we felt obligated to put them no higher than step 1. So even though we had some people like Amy French with significant HR experience at the SHU, it's not school experience, so there is a difference. But even though she had significant experience, we put her at step 1. And I think that if we kept following that pattern, it's eventually going to be problematic. In fact, it has been problematic, but it might just get worse. So,
do we know, Karsten, on like what the financial cost and impact of that is? Then I get, or we can talk about it later too. But I just, when we
has that info.
Financial constraints, even little stuff, things like that. I know it's probably minuscule, but in the grand scheme of things. But what is it, Jackie? Oh, you're on mute.
Of just that alone, I didn't cost that separately. Like I said, I costed it all a group.
Right.
But we'll get to it in just a second.
All right.
Yep.
Really, there's some other minor changes, but if you look at Appendix A, the pay grid, there is some movement between those groups because of the banding, and so all that's kind of been taken into account as I categorize people. I'll point out a couple of them though. Under Group B, for the non-classified, we have the Buildings and Grounds Administrator. That would be Alan Gaylor's previous job. The School Age Care Coordinator and the IT Systems Administrator. The last two that I just mentioned are at a higher band than where they were this last year. And once again, we looked at the position descriptions, we got the banding from an independent person, and then we placed them in that group. As a result, the School Age Care Coordinator will get a significant increase, as well as our IT Systems Administrator. Now, Justin Pline, has the same job as last year, so that's the straight salary increase, and so he'd be similar to Amy French and and Brent Lexfold as far as getting those increases. Charlie McLaughlin, was in a different position, but got the job as an IT systems administrator. So he's getting a pay increase because of that. Under Group C, you can see the list, and I think I may have tried to combine, some of these groups together. At least that's what I did for sure with Group D. And so, we're trying to consolidate these groups so that we're putting similar banded positions in the same group. It's not perfect, and we still have some work to do, but at least that's where we are. And then I'll go briefly over the program assistant one. That's essentially the same as last year, except once again, it's a 1% increase the first year and 0% increase the second year. And then we did include an insurance provision because there is one program assistant who works at least 30 hours a week. And so we're obligated to provide health insurance to them. And so I put that provision in the document. And according to Jackie, state law says that we have to pay at least 50% of the cheapest single policy. And so that's what I put in there. I actually put down 50% of the $6,000 deductible single policy.
Yep. Yeah, that's according to the Affordable Care Act.
Right. So anyway, do you want to jump into cost implications, Jackie?
Yep. I'm going to share my screen here quickly.
I need to go grab some water so that you can get going.
All right. So I divided this out since this impacts both Funds 1, Fund 2, and Fund 4. So the first one where it says Fund 1, I did include Brent in there. He's the only one that is in Fund 2. So the first part is Fund 1 and Fund 2. I put in what I budgeted for 2021 for this group. I put in the changes for year 1 and year 2. In year one, you will see that we are under in the salary category, mostly because we had some resignations and some savings where people started later in the year than was budgeted, but also I had budgeted for a 2% increase. So that's where that came out. The biggest change there in Fund 1 is in the health insurance area, where we are trying to move the groups, move their defined contribution, or move them to a defined contribution that is in line with our health insurance renewal. The package change for these three groups to the general and food service fund total impact was about $27,000 or 2%. And in year two, it would be an additional 1.39% for about $18,500. Down below that, there is the cost information for Fund 4. We're going to have some savings in Fund 4, mostly because we have 2 employees that are currently furloughed. They're scheduled to come back in January, but that can be extended if needed. We don't know where community ed will be in January. But then you see in year 2, there is another decrease of 60,000 over year 1. But if you look at the budget from 2021 to year 2, we're looking at about 27% or $27,000 increase there as well. There was one other provision change that had costing in the non-class group. There was a severance change where the hours used to be paid on a tiered rate. It changed to a flat $10 an hour. Most of that is negated because we deduct out anything the district has contributed to a 403B, to where there are about 5 employees who qualify. After you take out their 403B match from the district, there's only 1 left. And I believe if she stays with the district another year or 2, then her 403B match will exceed this as well. Questions?
Yeah. Can you go back up to the
Yep.
4? So the change from the budget 2021 to year 2 is closer to 5%, right? Or less than 5%?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, I don't know. And this is just based on the changes in these contracts, or does it
Yes.
include all contracts?
It is only taking into account the budget and changes in these 3 contracts.
Well, and I don't mind saying it. Obviously, it's hard to see these numbers because how much we're going over budget already, but I guess we're seeing that in every other group, so it's hard to know.
Yeah, the percentages are high, but the numbers are low. But it's still pennies, you know, a nickel here, a nickel there. Pretty soon you're talking big money.
Well, and you can see how much of a lot of this is health insurance too. I mean, I know there's other things too, but have we costed out, Jackie, exactly how much that health insurance increase in general as a full district is going to go off of budget?
I have, but I don't have it in front of me.
And that's okay. But I mean, if I remember, just so Mike and Pam here too, like you had done, what was it again, 7%?
Yes.
In the budget for an increase, and we ended up at what, like 11%? Or I'm trying to forget the numbers because they were so high, but I'm
We ended up at 11%, but with the groups with defined contribution, when I costed it out, the impact to the district was going to be somewhere around an 8% increase, but I don't remember the dollar figure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kirsten, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm sure that's partly because of custodians, because they have a relatively high threshold. And so, maybe they're going to start paying for that insurance for the first time. So that might be why it's a lower percent. Because like food service, paraprofessionals, and maybe some other groups too have very low, or the district has low caps for them. And so, increase in the health insurance is dramatically impacting those two groups.
Yeah.
Is it ever worthwhile, and maybe you already have this at the ready, Jackie, and I'm not asking for a number right now, but I think, with the health insurance hit, I mean, that's large dollars there. Can we just ferret out that number and be able to say, a huge amount of this, or 75% of this increase is going to be having to go to health insurance, or just show that
it's well more than that. It's without the health insurance, it's a decrease.
Right. So is there a way to just ferret that out so that when we're asked those questions, it's not because we're giving everyone ginormous raises, it's because the health insurance has jumped so ginormously that we're trying to fill in how we can with that.
Yeah, I can work on a presentation that takes each benefit at a time. So it's the salary, the health insurance, the dental insurance.
Yeah, I mean, the health insurance alone is $31,000 more.
Yep.
So, and if the total increase is 27,000 more, it's a bargain.
So Jackie, how did the salary amounts go down when we're giving?
Well, I had budgeted for 2% and we're giving 1%. And then we had a couple of resignations and replacements with a gap in the number of days I had budgeted for.
Oh, okay.
So there's some savings there.
I kind of have a broad question and this probably, Mike, is more of what you guys talk about in finance committee, but a lot of the positions in this group are more community ed, and I guess I still don't completely understand how much that if I know that they kind of have their own fund balance, but how does that affect us as a full district? Because I don't know. I know that's not a great question, but can you kind of maybe help in a general way kind of describe how it's different, or it hurts, how it helps the district that they have their own healthy fund balance or their own furloughs and stuff? Like, I guess I just don't know how much.
Yeah, actually, I think I can probably answer that in some ways.
Are they Fund 4?
Yes.
Yep, they're Fund 4. So
Fund 4.
any increases for that group, would be charged to community ed.
Mm-hmm.
And so it does not directly impact the general fund. However, the important consideration is that when, we have to look at comparable worth, across all employee groups, Fund 1, Fund 2, Fund 4. And so, for example, if, it's really important we can't treat the community ed positions in one way, with banding, and then the general fund positions in a different way.
Yep.
Because eventually we'll be out of compliance with comparable worth. It may not happen this time, might happen 10 years from now, but we just have to be cognizant. So if there are two positions who are, banded as 18s, for example, it's best to put them on the same or very similar pay scale. Otherwise it gets out of whack and then it can be a big problem. So, and that's, and I want to be upfront with the group here. I don't want to hide anything. There's some, pretty significant pay increases, for some of our current employees.
Right.
And part of it's, because there are new positions that they applied for and they were selected. So that's going to happen. But for others, there was that, the banding that is really determining this. And so I thought it was really important to reflect that in, this particular document. But, I want to be upfront with you, because I don't want you to be surprised.
Right. And Karsten, just to go off of that a little more, when we have positions rebanded, it's because the job duties have significantly changed from the original job description. We've asked them to take on more tasks, either because these are new things we need to tackle, or because they have the time and talents to tackle them. So that would, when their job description changes, we have it rebanded, and the new tasks sometimes bump them into a different banding category.
Right. There's skilled positions that we were lucky to hire people who took less money than they could have gotten elsewhere in a lot of cases. It's the public sector dilemma, right?
Well, I think that's what I'm just struggling with is like how, when we're in a phase of having to not give the percentage COLA that we want, yet we're, because of banding, we're increasing salaries. And I get that. Like, I understand we got to, take care of our employees. And, but then again, on Karsten's statement of taking care of everybody, and making sure that every group is treated equally, I just don't want to have to get to that point where we're not giving the increases that we want to others. So that's what I'm just trying to reconcile in my head.
Right, but the banding is in a large part because of legal issues. We can't, we have to find out where these people lie, and it's set by the government, isn't it, Karsten? Kind of the differences between how much you can pay people.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good. The the actual pay rates are not set by the government. They set up the parameters, and so we enter information about pay for each different type of position,
right,
and a bunch of other information, and then we receive a report showing whether or not we're in compliance. So just because somebody's banded at 18 instead of 17 does not necessarily mean we're out of compliance, if the pays are reversed. But it's really important to try to if you have a higher band, then you should pay more money, than the previous band, because eventually we'll be out of compliance. So, but it's a mathematical calculation that's used to determine whether or not we're in compliance or not.
And Janie, to respond to your question, what community eds do, because we're we have to generate revenue to pay for our staff. We have to cut staff. We have to cut hours. We have to cut days. We have to be able to balance the budget. But our fund area specifically for our employees in this program area. So that's the reason for the furloughs. We don't have any. They're not generating those programs aren't generating any revenue, so we don't have any programming for those people to do right now.
Yep, I think I'm just struggling with the timing of the rebanding of positions. Like, it's just too bad it had to happen in the year of a pandemic. So.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. And I think that's just my one sensitive thing I have with it. So I guess I don't want to push us on, but any other, I guess that would be my comment on it, is just, I worry about the complete.
An unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
One thing I can do that I should have done before is send you red line copies so you can see the actual changes.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I will do that before you make a recommendation or not.
Okay.
And I'm hoping we can have a couple of personnel committee meetings here in the next week or two, and so we can add this to the next meeting as well.
And then maybe again, Karsten, if we can have a complete list of which positions went up and what, where the rebanding happened, so that we know where those salary increases happened. I think just to be very transparent on that would be good. I mean, it's hard to see it, but we have to be able to show it.
Yeah, and Jackie can provide that information. I'll provide the red line versions, and Jackie can figure out all the cost stuff.
Great. Do you
Yeah.
want to, any other, I'm just kind of moving us along, but any other Pam or Mike on the non-certified and the program and all that information? Any other questions?
It seems pretty reasonable to me.
I think the red line version will help.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we move on to Carson, your org chart, and just, I think that was really good. So can you kind of present that? And I don't know if you can even put it on screen share so people can, sometimes easier to see it that way. I don't know if others like that, but.
Sure. It's been a while since I've done this. Oh, here we go. The one that says present now.
But I know Pam and I, and I'm sure Mike, you know, we've been asking Carson to kind of give us an idea of like a flow chart of like responsibility and who responds to who and things like that. And I know the other board members have been asking for that too. So I think it's just good that we kind of review this and make sure that, you know, we all understand it. And Carson, I don't know if you want to show it to the whole board, or I could just reference that we have gone over it this, you know, tonight too, but I guess I'll wait till we kind of discuss it too. So.
All right. Let's see here. For some reason, I'm having an issue.
Uh-oh.
For some reason.
It's okay. If, I mean, we don't want to take more time on just logistics either, but.
Yeah, my apologies. You know, it is on the school board website, so
Yep.
anyone in the public can take a look. And you know, we've had this information before, but it was just in a different form, and so I think it's a lot easier to read now and looks more like a typical organizational chart. So that's the one side. And the gray boxes are the people I directly supervise this year. And then on the back side is kind of an expanded version of administrative responsibilities. And so there are some changes there because I tried to explain, you know, what would we do if I was out for 2 months, you know, or something like that. I did find out that George is not yet licensed as a superintendent. You know, I'm sure he will be, you know, within the next few months or a year. And so as soon as that happens, then, you know, I think some of this will change because then he could officially supervise principals, Don as the community ed director and those kinds of things. But you can see that I still gave him most of the responsibilities in my absence, and he's fine with that. And then you can see some of the other responsibilities that Jackie would have, and then just Whitcomb as well. So you may not have had time to thoroughly review it, but do you have any initial questions?
I think mine was just if we actually had a list of who had, I mean, do we have to have that person have a superintendent license? And do we know at all in our district who has it? Like, because I know you have on here as an option as someone, you know, that the board could temporarily, you know, hire someone for a superintendent's role too. So in some ways, I don't see the necessity for having somebody have the actual licensure long term. In the short term, it seems like it'd be fine to have somebody without it.
Yeah, and I agree that happens, you know, from time to time in other school districts too. So certainly not the end of the world if I'm gone for a week or, you know, a couple of weeks, but long term, then it could be an issue because, you know, if the form says superintendent, you know, then, you know, like a response of the state or an evaluation of a principal or something like that, then you really do need that superintendent's license. But you can get by for a few days or a few weeks. Typically what schools do if there's a longer need, then they'll either look internally for someone and invite that person to take over for a period of time. I don't know if that makes sense right now because I don't think any of our current principals have superintendent license. Okay. I guess I'd have to check, and it'd be really awkward to to hire somebody else who would suddenly be supervising, the principals.
Joe-
But
Joe was trying to
plus
get-
they all have businesses. What's that,
Wasn't-
Mike?
Wasn't Jost trying to get a superintendent's license?
Joe Jazierski?
No, Jost.
Jason.
Oh, Jason.
Jason
He
Jost.
does. Yep. Of course, he's an assistant principal. And so, if he was, quote unquote superintendent, then he'd be officially supervising his boss, which would be a little, it'd be interesting. Now, at the same time, he could sign forms, like
Right, I mean,
authorizing payment for ABE grant or something like that.
Fundamentally, that's what they're there for, right?
Yeah, as a fill-in, yes. Yeah.
And obviously, you've got a clean running machine, so all you would need is somebody to have a stamp.
It's going pretty good right now. It's going pretty good. Now, if it's like for, let's say, half a year, then most school districts will post for a temporary superintendent.
Right.
There are a lot of retired superintendents out there who have good experience, who can step in and serve in that capacity for 2 or 3 days a week, for half a year. That's what they love to do. And then other people have to pick up the rest of the work. So I tried to explain that in the document.
Yeah. I think Red Wing is a temporary superintendent at least once since I've been in town, but that doesn't really matter.
Oh, yeah. I think it was Rosemary Schneiderman.
Oh,
maybe?
Yeah. Yep.
Rosemary Schneiderhand.
Oh, that's how to pronounce the last name. Yeah. So that was, I know it was during a flood. So whenever that was.
2001.
Well,
Anyway.
I guess, yeah, how do you, Mike or Pam, like, how do we foresee, like, I can just I think this looks really good to me. I think, just making sure we have a plan and the admin team has seen this and people know, what we need in times of uncertainty is really important. So I don't know if I don't think it's needed to go to the full board or anything, but.
Typically, my other older ugly version of an org chart was part of the employee handbook, because then people would know exactly who their boss is.
Yeah.
I have this attachment and then one other attachment as far as reporting responsibilities for employees during weather emergencies. And so my suggestion is that after this group looks at that, we can present both to the board as part of the employee handbook.
Okay.
The other document hasn't been presented yet because literally within the last few days, we got updated guidance from the state as far as what schools can do on snow days for distance and hybrid learners. And so I've been waiting for that, and now I can update the reporting responsibilities, and I'll bring it back to you at the next meeting.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. I guess any other questions on this, anyone?
No, it looks good. It's understandable.
Yep, I agree. I think that looks good. Why don't we move on then to the administrative negotiation? So is this purely principals and assistant principals at the high school?
There's a pretty nice variety of documents there.
Yeah.
And I'll just explain what's happened in the past is that the personnel committee negotiates with almost everyone except for specific groups like the custodians, food service group, support personnel, and there might be one more. And so this committee has done, the superintendent negotiations, principals, directors, and then all the at-will employees. And so that's why the program supervisors and others were part of this discussion today.
Yeah.
So, but Jackie, can you explain the data you compiled?
Sure. So every year you'll have the first 3-year average salary by position comparison, and then there are comparing us to some different subgroups of districts. What you'll see there on the documents is a variety of positions, and then you'll see a gray bar range. You'll see a bright orange dot where Red Wing lies. And then you'll see a gray line that is the median salary for this group in this position. And you'll see where our dot lies on either side of that median line. So that's those three average salaries. The big nine piece is the big nine. We share all of our what a lot of districts call cabinet positions, salaries between us each year. So I have that there for 2021. And then we participated by returning information to Hastings for a salary survey done by Bjorklund Consulting a year ago. So for participating, we got a free copy of the results. So that's the pages out of that survey that would pertain to the negotiations for administration. You can see where Red Wing falls in line with the other districts who participated in the survey.
Kind of all over the board.
Kind of all over the board, yeah.
Don't let Dawn see it.
And really, if you'll want some time, I'm sure, to look at the information. If you do want additional information, if you could let Jackie and me know so that we can compile that right away. And but I think this is probably strong
as it is. So
right.
But
yeah, and really, it's you know, the information is just to make sure that we're in line, or at least close to being in line. And so obviously with COVID and our budget situation across the state, I don't think any administrator, would receive a decent increase. It's going to be on the low end, like we've talked about. So I don't want you to take this as if we're trying to push for huge salary increases. That's not the case.
No. I guess the one question I would have is, as we look to our bottom part of our agenda, and I know that we're going to talk about, an actual finance director that's been talked about at the board level. Do we have, I see business administrator and business office and stuff, but did we get any information that was solely about a finance director?
And of course, different districts will call, the positions differently.
Yeah.
What we call a business manager might be what Farmington calls a finance director. And, oftentimes the finance director, would be paid more than a business manager because of supposed expertise.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some other positions like administrative services director and some others who would supervise more people. So that might yield a higher salary. But, Jackie, could you just describe kind of those 4 documents?
Oh, and the next piece?
Yeah, is that what you're talking about, Janie?
Well, I think it's more of just like, I'm seeing that our business manager, obviously on the one big 9 district administrative costs, obviously we're very low, but business manager, like you said, can mean a lot of different things. So is Jackie considered our business manager, or how are we lumping that together for us?
Jackie through SMS is our business manager.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
If you're looking at that big 9 like cabinet positions, you'll see I think I always try to put a note on there that it's contracted and it's half-time, so that kind of.
But we don't have
everything else.
Yeah, and like I see, there's really not anybody that calls. Well, maybe it's just because how we lumped it, but did they have? They don't have any category for just a finance director on here, do they?
Oh, on those average salary positions?
Yeah.
Those are taken from the STAR report, and the STAR report only takes the salary data for licensed positions. So there would be no non-licensed positions available. I did ask if they had data on that I could use, and because I use this is part of our Forecast 5 subscription we use for finance. And because the state doesn't report the salaries on the non-licensed positions, they didn't have any data they could compile for me.
So a business manager is a licensed position by the state?
No, it is a non-licensed position, so the state doesn't report it to these data generating places like Forecast 5.
Okay. Well, there is a lot to take in here. I mean, thank you for compiling all this. And I'm glad that we have that Hastings thing has been really good.
Yeah.
Jackie did include some options for consideration. Which document is that called, Jackie?
Business office staffing, Red Wing.
All right, so that is, oh yeah, the second document.
Oh yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the primary document we should be looking at if we're ever going to consider a change. So you can see, you know, for a couple of years previous, we've actually, in 2004, 2005, we had 5 people in our department, and now we're down to 3.3. So we've really scaled back, you know, how many positions we have. We have 78,000 approximately for business manager, but that includes everything. That includes salary, benefits, travel, retirement, health insurance, everything for, you know, just under $7,000 to $8,000. And then you can see our district accountant is also through SMS for 33,000. And then the other 3 positions there are hired, you know, by the district directly. Now, Jackie, with the other variations that you had a business official, like for 120,000. Were you thinking that would be salary and benefits?
What I did there is, since I didn't know where this position would land, I took the last salary for Brad Johnson and just moved it forward.
Oh, so that's just the salary.
That would just be the salary figuring. That would be a starting point, I guess.
Okay, so for example, oh, gotcha. So all those numbers there are just salaries. They don't include health insurance benefits.
Correct. It is just straight salary. Since that was the majority of when I had comparisons, that they only reported salary. So I did the same.
We can make sure we get an asterisk there saying that though, if we can. Or am I
yeah.
It says salary. It says salary amount.
The salary contract amount.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, the only thing is, and you know, the board's going to have to decide, you know, what they want to do. But a business official, if the salary is 120, you know, we're going to add another $25,000 probably for benefits.
30,000.
Whereas, yeah, 30,000. Whereas your contract with SMS is there at $78 or 78,000.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit misleading.
The other piece I was looking at with that was, I mean, we're getting to be comparable size with Winona, and that is kind of the ballpark of where Winona's business manager, director of finance, whatever the title is for her there.
But that's just salary.
That was just salary, right?
Yeah. So, you know, all the, well, all of them, including the current, you know, would also have those benefits that should be factored in when we're comparing. But what I'm saying is that hiring our own full-time business manager would be more expensive than what's reflected there because there are also benefits that would have to be added.
Well, yeah. What would it cost to buy out Jackie's contract?
Well, we don't want to do that. At least I don't.
No, we don't. It's just a question.
Yeah, it's, you know, they put in a clause, I think it's 20%.
But no, I mean to buy Jackie's contract though, so she could be our business manager.
Yeah, she has a non-compete.
Yes, but if you wanted to buy me contracted full time, I think we priced that a couple of years ago. It was neighboring into the 150s, 160s.
Just for you, and then you could work for us.
I couldn't work for you, but I would be contracted through SMS full time to Red Wing.
You would be dedicated to us. That would make so many people on the board so happy.
Well, And Carson, I just would like to, regardless of the money on here, obviously, and the benefits, like, I think, I think the fact is that you did have this as an option in the HR, kind of package. What was that, like 2 years ago or last spring?
Maybe both.
Yeah, probably both. And every time it was put at a lower priority, and the full board, not to have it be a priority. So I guess I don't have a hard time, I don't see a need to change at this point. I mean, the numbers do show me that I don't know how we could do it for less money. I don't know if Mike and Pam disagree with me, but
No, absolutely
No,
not. It's
no.
somebody's pet project.
We have been over this. This is at least the third, if not the fourth time we've been over this.
right.
And every time we come to the same conclusion. And, I think it's important when we're asked the question to provide reasons for why we've made the decisions that we have. But clearly the last 55 minutes that we've been talking, 56 minutes, we're talking about adding in so much more into our budget that we don't have. And here's one very clear way that we can keep excellent staff and save money. So I just don't understand why we would do anything differently here.
Yeah. And I guess I just want to make that point, that it has been in the discussions and it has been in the priorities. It just was a priority that was not, approved and passed on as a full board. So
It's something that people are interested in, but it's not a priority. It's very low on the priority list. We're getting great service. I think it's kind of interesting that we have an objective third party who's actually doing our stuff.
Hello.
Rather than
Morning,
having
Jim.
somebody
Morning.
working for us who we have to supervise
evening.
directly. I think it's an even better
Good morning, Brent.
model for dealing
Whoever
with numbers,
44
because
is
I would
up there.
imagine that SMS is responsible when Jackie starts embezzling.
I don't know. We
Sorry,
Yeah,
no,
I
just-
know.
I didn't get
I
it.
do that, but
We never got an
would be
agenda. We got an agenda, but
would
nothing
be
other than the
SMS's
notice. Let me
deal,
look
right?
to see if that's
Well, the biggest advantage
see,
kind
I
of
just
related to
saw
that
the
would be if
topics we're gonna discuss, but
um,
nothing, no attachments.
Jackie left,
No what?
unannounced.
I didn't see any
Then
attachments. in
SMS
the
would need to
pers-
find somebody to
operations
replace her. That's
committee
the
agenda.
big benefit, I think, working. And
operations
that
I
I've
think
not
that's just what we're
recommended
reading
hiring a
anyway.
full-time business
Yeah.
manager,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
do want to at least be
That's
open
transportation
about,
underground,
there would
okay,
be
so
some
we're just gonna do it
advantages
verbally. Okay.
if we hired our own full-time
Who
business
invited
manager.
Alan? Oh, did I say
And,
that out loud?
In terms of supervision of some of the other
Good, you're muted.
departments.
Just stay that way. You're good.
It'd be our
No, I heard
employee
you. Your mic was
instead
on.
of shared. There are kind of pluses and minuses of that.
Right.
Bust
And
it
so,
again, huh?
maybe, we probably aren't giving it,
Hello, Alan. How are you?
enough
Good, how
due
is everyone?
diligence. Maybe at the
always a
next
pleasure
meeting,
to
if there's
see you.
time, I can
You
go
as
over
well.
it again. Or maybe, you know what, if you want to, if you want this to percolate,
God,
then
you
let
should
me
have heard what he
know
was saying earlier, Alan.
if I should add anything or change anything before we include it in
happens
the
in the
HR
virtual
plan
meeting
that we'll
stays in
eventually
the virtual
discuss.
meeting.
Maybe we should know what other
Something about a Honda or something versus
$140,000
geez.
That's,
people, what their
I mean, my
duties are,
God,
what other specific duties
yeah.
they have.
Enough's been said about that.
And that's the only
I'm gonna be happy
way
to
to
know. I used to
compare
do
outside
service
of
schools
money.
for
And since
Polaris.
the money isn't really
Yeah.
obviously
Next
not
time
a
it
great
breaks down, we'll
comparison.
just
We
have
need
to
to
make sure
know
we bring it
what
up again.
what they're
Oh,
performing, what
gosh.
their jobs they're performing.
Yeah. And if
Yeah.
they're
So-
taking
Or-
time, saving time from other
I'm
people.
here.
where
I'm
it's
just
a
trying to
cost
get caught up
savings or
here. It's
something,
been
but,
long week here,
I
weekend
just
and
appreciate
everything
you
here.
guys making these
I just got
variations
in the
and
door.
showing
I'm
some
trying to find
options
the
that we
agenda. If
always
you just
ask
give me a
for.
minute.
So, and I know you guys have another meeting, I think, right? So,
Yeah, I need to jump off and, well, actually, so does Jackie. So, but
Any other
we'll talk more
questions?
soon.
yeah, no, sounds good. Thanks for doing that.
All right.
See you guys later.
All right,
All right,
bye.
that's it. All right,
Bye.
see ya.
Is
Bye.
Holly going to be on here?
I think she is.
Just let it ring to answer machine.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Kirsten.
Jackie will be joining us in just a second. We finished the personnel committee meeting literally 30 seconds ago. And then Lisa needs. Thank you. All right, thanks, Lisa.
Hi, Terry. Long time no see. Hi, Holly.
Okay, it looks like we're recording and streaming.
Kevin, did you say something to me?
Just hi.
Oh, hi. I thought I heard my name and I'm like, I don't know.
Oh, hello, Holly.
Hi,
Hello,
Harley.
Holly.
I said hi to Jim. I meant to say hi to you a long time ago.
No
Hi,
worries.
Jim, a long time ago.
Hello there, Holly. Short time ago.
So we got everybody here and we're ready to go.
We're ready.
All right, we'll call the operation meeting to order then, I guess. I see the agenda here is transportation service, building and grounds update, other issues. Nothing else I saw here, so what are we starting with, transportation?
Yes, I invited both Allie Hood from Center for Efficient School Operations and Terry Johnson, the bus manager for First Student. And the thinking, well, first they can give us an update, as far as how things went first quarter, but then also if they could share kind of information about our walking zones and bus ridership counts and those kinds of things. Because I know I've had several inquiries from people wondering why the buses are still, at such low capacity. Why can't we lower the walking zones? So Terry or Allie, would one of you like to go first?
I can go first. That's okay with you, Allie. All right. Okay, so start of the year went fantastic. Better than I anticipated. Expected some more hiccups than what we had. Really pleased with the two-tier system and how it went. To address, part of the questions with the bus capacities, this year is like no other year that we have. Even though the bus ridership looks like it's down, some of that has to do mainly at the high school with the hybrid situation where we anticipate about around half actually riding on the bus at each time. Something that we can't do that we've done in the past is do overridership. So our capacity levels are basically at that 36 mark. We're given a buffer for kids who come back from distance learning or other instances moving into the district. So we have to leave a little buffer for that. We have talked to parents that we identified kids who were not riding to see if they wanted to continue with having a spot open onto the bus. We took some kids off, but the majority of the parents responded that they would like that spot saved for their students. So that puts us into the position of maintaining that 36. As long as they're not giving up a spot, we were not able to create a new spot. But after we did do the initial route count in October, we were able to find areas that we had concerns in, what we would, feel were possible hazard areas. And we have added students back on to the buses that were within those hazard areas. After I get done with this quick part, Allie will be able to explain that a little bit more on the numbers. what we're looking for in the near future is after quarter break ends this week, we want to try to find out how many kids are coming back from distance learning and other things. And then we're going to do another count the week after that on a Tuesday, Thursday, and see if we got any room to add some more kids. Reducing the no bus zone in itself would be problematic because of the sheer numbers that would be available at that point. So we'd probably have to look at pockets in order to maintain being the criteria of what Department of Health, Department of Education, and CDC guidelines are on the buses themselves. We do have some wiggle room to do those things. Because not only do we run into the capacities of 36 onto the bus, some of the things that the general public may not be aware of is, if a bus has got 10 kids, most of these buses are going out into the country, so we start running into the timing of it all. We've got routes that go over an hour, so you start picking up more kids, we're going to start adding on more time, and the next thing you know, we got routes that are an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. So there's a lot of different things that we have to take into consideration on the routes. And about a month ago, one of the big things is I can't remember if it was the Department of Health or Education came up with, if a student is tested positive and is on a bus for more than a half hour, that the entire bus, including the driver at that point, would have to be quarantined for 14 days. So that's where the timing issues are problematic for us too. Also, another thing that we're running that's going to be that can run into some problems is while the weather's nice, we're able to maintain everything and have the windows open for a bit and roof hatches. As the weather gets colder, we're going to be finding that we're not going to be able to do that because it'll be a constant breeze going through the bus and the kids will be getting colder. So the timings would become an issue into that. But Raleigh and I have been consistently going over the numbers, trying to find out what we can do to add some more onto the buses at this time. With that, unless you guys have some questions for me, I'll turn it over to Allie and she can kind of give you some numbers on some different areas. Okay, Allie.
Alrighty, hello. So, just from what I've gathered thus far, we did kind of a scheduled ridership versus load count back at the beginning of October. Since then, we've added kids and removed kids. We did, with that load count back in October, we were able to identify students who were identified as not using the bus. With those students, we reached out to each family, whether it was they weren't riding in the morning or they weren't riding in the afternoon or both, and we said, hey, your student has been identified as not riding, whatever it was. Could you let us know, because of COVID numbers, if you intend on using that bus service moving forward? We received probably the highest record number of responses from that. We received 154 responses, whether it was, yes, I am going to use it after sports ends or when the weather gets bad, or no, I'm so sorry I didn't let you know. So that was pretty great to be able to receive that back from the community and allow us to add students moving forward. It looks like the numbers that we're getting so far from the high school, it looks like we might have anywhere from 30 or more high school students coming back after second quarter that we're trying to keep into account. With those hazard areas, I know we've added 59 students back to Burnside. We've added an additional 15 to Jefferson, an additional 24 back to the high school. And that's kind of where we've been so far. We're slowly kind of adding kids back and then reassessing whether it's timing or capacity wise what we're able to kind of continue adding moving forward. So, but that's where we've been able to add things thus far without exceeding our hour time limits or our maximum COVID capacity on routes.
Allie, did you say 59 kids were
Correct.
added to the Burnside routes?
Yep, we've offered 59 spots back.
Okay.
And if I could just say about that Burnside area, we did add in we added back into the AP Anderson area, right, Allie?
We added to the north of the highway, and we added kind of to the south of that Spring Creek Road area, kind of those harder to get to areas that have the highways or the busy roads that are kind of prohibiting them from getting to school easy.
And Holly had a question.
I didn't want to interrupt you, Terry, but I can wait until you're done with that comment if you want. It's totally fine.
Okay. Because one of the things we did do with that Burnside area is we did reach out to the Red Wing Public Works in order to plow that trail all the way from AP Anderson Park over to Burnside. And after the last snowfall that we had happen, they did do that. They had it plowed from AP over to Burnside. So that was something that we worked out with them, and they did follow through with it. And they were actually plowed. When I check roads and stuff, I come in from that north side in. They were plowed by about 6:15 somewhere in there. So they were plowed early enough for us. So the city is helping us on all that. And I'm done, Holly. So if you want to.
Okay, thank you. So do you have a rough number of how many kindergarten, first and second graders are still walking 2 miles? Given all of this rerouting, do you have a number, and how many parents have requested out of that number that we're still not able to serve?
I don't off the top of my head, but I'm happy to take that question and look into that and get some hard numbers for you.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
And actually, the requests that we have gotten, Holly, hasn't quite been as I mean, I'm not sure if you guys have gotten more than transportation or myself, but there hasn't been a major influx coming from people. Honestly, some of the requests that we're getting is for people who are actually within a mile and a half, which makes it a little tougher for us to do when it's 2 miles, and the mile and a half is what's typically there. So that's where we've been getting some of the requests, and it's from the people who would call in typically at this time of the year to see if we had room. And that point in past years, we definitely have room, but because of how the numbers are going this year, they're just not there. So that's where we're at with that. But I do like the question about the kindergartners and the first graders. That's something that Allie can work on.
Thank you.
Terry and Allie, this is Jim. Holly asked for 2 miles. Maybe we should actually look for that 1.5 miles to 2 miles, because we increased it this year from that. So maybe that's instead of just 2 miles. When we see when you get time, Allie, or whoever, at 1.5 miles to 2 miles. And then I like the kindergartner and first graders and that too. So I get the thumbs up. I like that. So
yeah, that's more of what I was thinking. So thank you for clarifying that.
no problem.
Okay, I have a question here. Do you have any rough number of how many people are actually riding the bus? Not who you got signed up, but who are actually on them. And the reason I asked this is when I was in my rush to get my truck parked at my shop, I turned on Bench Street. I met 3 buses that were turning to go west on Highway 61, and it didn't look like there was a single person in the bus, but maybe I missed it. But I know the seats are tall and stuff, but when you have high schoolers and stuff, it seemed to me I should have seen something there.
If they were making the turn, they have students in there. High school kids have a tendency to kind of sink there, without them being able to hang out with their friends and do their normal stuff. They have a tendency to to scooch down. But Allie, do you got those numbers of total riderships?
Yep, I have the numbers from October 9th. We've had quite a bit of change since then, but if you're, I guess I'd have to know which buses those were that were going out that direction at that time, which I can look up.
I would say it's probably 79, 41, 76. And then those are the only ones that are top of my head.
No.
And some of those will be because just because of how the amount of buses, like the Prairie Island area, we have a few more buses than we typically have had in the past.
Yeah, my question is, how many are actually on the bus? Not who are signed up to be on them or anything else. How many are actually on the bus? I'm curious to see how many people are keeping their spot and it's usually not being used, or I know you have your criteria you have to follow, but do we have basically 30 some people assigned to a bus, but are we only carrying 10 kids, 5 kids? What are actually on there on a given day?
Allie, did you have those numbers?
Yep. So for example, 79, which Terry, you mentioned, we have scheduled, and again, I'll get to the load here in a second, but we have scheduled 12 kids in the morning, 14 in the afternoon, with about an hour-long ride. For the load counts as of October 9th, it was 8 kids scheduled, or 8 kids actually riding in the morning, 9 kids actually riding in the afternoon.
Is that an elementary route, Allie?
That would be a high school route.
What about on the elementary side?
Elementary side, those would be most of our Burnside routes out in that area, as that's kind of the attendance zone over there. Let's see here. So bus 31 scheduled 20 and 20. Actual load was 17 and 18. Another bus 31 and 28 are scheduled, but we only had 17 or 19 that actually rode. Bus 76, we had 29 and 30, and then 13 and 17 rode. So Burnside ridership, elementary ridership is a little bit higher than what I would say the high school would be.
I appreciate the numbers. I know you have to follow the criteria that's put in front of you, but sometimes I wonder whether the people making the decisions on telling us how we have to do this really, I'll be careful what I say it. If we typically only have 2/3 or less of the kids on the bus, it'd be nice if we could overbook them a little bit so we'd be where we should be. And I know that can be hard because what happens all of a sudden if every kid that's signed on the bus shows up on one given day, and it could create a real havoc. But it seems to me we could accommodate a lot more people if the standards were loosened up on that part a little bit.
If the standards were loosened up, Arlen, yes, and I'd be more than happy to do it. But like I said, it's what they've given us at this point. Oh, I lost my train of thought. It was a good thought too.
Can I ask you, who is they? And is there a way we can ask them to look at that?
It is the Department of Education, the Department of Health, and the CDC are the ones that, and the Department of Transportation. I got 4 entities that decide everything for us.
I'm just wondering, are they aware of the numbers the way they are, that we're maybe when we get into our high school ridership, we're under 50% or whatever?
They are fully aware because I'll tell you, Arlen, out of all the locations that we got in the Twin Cities and Rochester and Winona, we're all running into the same problems with having only a few kids. This isn't a unique situation to Red Wing. It's prevalent across the state.
You know, I have a question for you, and Of course, you had to do planning if we're in person, hybrid. And I'm not saying we're going to do this, but is part of the calculation based on the assumption that we might go to in person at some time this year?
Yes, that's the assumption that we have to make. Is that it would be if we were to go in person, because even if it goes in person, we've almost been guaranteed that these guidelines will remain in effect for the entire school year. So we got to be prepared for that.
Yeah, and I knew that answer already because I've been the one really pushing for, we want one transportation system regardless of the model, so that we aren't changing schedules last second. So but if, and again, I'm not saying we're going to do this, but if the board said we're not going to do in person for the rest of the year at the high school, would we be able to fit more kids on the bus then? For example, third quarter or fourth quarter.
Allie, I think we could do it, but it comes in with the high, Allie, you'd probably be able to answer a little better than I can on that.
Yep. So I would say yes, we would be able to add more high schoolers on buses. The part that we would have to be careful with is some of our routes are already, approaching and or are at the hour-long mark. So adding more stops would increase some of those ridership times. But yes, I believe that we could.
And it would be more unique for us because then we'd have to figure out based off a last name how it gets done, because I'm assuming it'd still be in hybrid. Correct, Karsten?
Yeah, it sort of depends on the model.
Yeah.
But it would be hybrid. If it was in distance, then it's a non-issue. But yeah, it would be in hybrid.
With the hybrid, it would it would have to be figuring out based off of last names then.
Yeah. And obviously, I'm really hoping that we can be in person at some point this year. I'm certainly not saying it's going to happen, but in the ideal world, that would happen. So I'm just curious.
And then just so everybody knows, there are shape moves that are happening all the time. If y'all could see what the change sheets look like on a daily basis, you would understand what we're also dealing with when we got kids moving within the district and things like that. So that's why I guess if you wanted to say a perfect world, we'd go right to 36, but we got to leave a buffer zone at about, somewhere between 30, 32, somewhere in there to accommodate things that might come in at a future point.
Yeah, I think it's going to get complicated at the end of the semester if our COVID rates get better, because then we'll have more and more kids who want to come back to in-person learning. And we have capacity issues in the buildings and of course with transportation, and then you have brothers and sisters who'd move, special ed concerns. So I totally get where you're coming from in terms of, having some sort of cushion, because we don't know what it's going to look like second semester.
And then, as far as the SPED goes, we're running SPED just like it normally would be a normal year. So we really don't have any SPED issues. So everybody can rest assured that the SPED part of it is running like normal. It's about the most normal thing we probably have going for us at the moment. So. Did anybody have anything else for us?
I was just going to ask everybody the same thing. Is there anything else for you?
No, I'm good. Thanks for the update. I know hopefully things will 2021 will bring a better year. And who knows, this all may be over in a week. You never know after Tuesday. So
I'd only hope so, Jim.
Thanks for the information, and I know it's not an easy task, especially when with all what we're going through and the numbers and all that. So thanks.
The one thing I just want you all to realize is Allie and I are trying to figure out how many kids we can actually get. We're with you guys. I don't like seeing low capacity buses because it not only am I not taking kids, it's hard to explain to parents. They don't necessarily understand everything that we're being governed by. And like I said, when I got 4 different agencies telling us what we can do, it's a challenge to say the least, but we're getting through it. And one of the things, with Karsten's ideas about making sure that we're routed for in person. A lot of my other locations up in the city started following this model that Red Wing's got. So you guys have been doing an awesome job in Red Wing, and I was able to share a lot of different things with counterparts. So I feel that we're doing something right and really well. So
Just to follow up, I'll let you go here, but I don't do social media, but is that something that you use to your advantage to inform people that what you're facing and what you're looking at doing instead of picking up the phone to call you or email you?
No, we don't use it too much. It's something that we because it's one of those things you poke the bear a little bit, and then all of a sudden you're not getting what you necessarily are looking for. In transportation, they like to take it as an opportunity to air their grievances or bring something up, but it's something I can definitely look into. And while I'm bringing up this kind of stuff, we are just about ready to implement our First View app that the parents will be able to track the buses. We're just about ready to do it. I've been working with a person out of the district. Allie and I have been doing that, and I think we're ready to get that all implemented for you all.
Good. Thank
That's
you.
awesome. Way to go. That's awesome.
It's taken a lot longer than what I anticipated, but I wanted to try to get it as easily maneuvered as possible. And like I said, working with the district, we got it pretty much all set, and we're ready to go. And it's going to be an added value for you all, and parents are going to love it once they start using it.
Yeah, that's a real game changer. Nice job.
Thank you.
I got another question here. Maybe we can answer it, maybe we can't. I'm just curious how we're doing financially by running the 2-tier system and the routes the way we are. At one point it was alluded to that I think our routes are up to 3 hours without being an extra fee, and then it's more afterwards. And if I'm hearing that we're keeping people under an hour on the bus, does that mean that we're doing okay financially, or are we stressing our transportation budget?
I do not believe your transportation budget should be impacted. I hate to say it this way, my budget compared to what's billed is pretty close to what it would have been for a normal school year. So I'm not seeing it. It's not a exorbitant amount that's being added up above and beyond. Allie, have you noticed any? It's about the same, Arlen. There isn't much difference. It's maybe within 2,000-3,000. It hasn't had that significant of a. But yeah, if we started, here's the thing. Yeah, if we could go to an hour and a half, then you're going to see some increases because we are able to stay right around that 3-hour mark across the board on the billing. So,
thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Oh, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Allie and Terry.
Thank you.
Thank you for understanding.
Next we have on the agenda, building and grounds update.
It's all yours, Alan, but you're on mute.
I'm working at it. All right. Well, I got a lot of stuff I wanted to go through. as it pertains to a couple different areas. I'm going to kind of go through more of the buildings and grounds aspect of it, the custodial aspect of it, and then I also want to touch on the arena because we have that going now. So with that, it's been a very busy fall within the buildings and grounds department and also with the startup of that arena. As you guys know, the athletic teams have had seasons extended. They are running on different times than that of normal sports seasons. So I just was going to share with you guys some of the challenges that we have faced or dealt with them different starts of seasons. First off, we started off with this early snowstorm, which I didn't predict. And that had its setbacks because we still have nets up, ball field stuff out, tennis nets up, just because of them sports seasons ending later and we haven't had a chance to get it all down. So when that snow came, it kind of put a setback with that. We are now with the nice weather this week, currently going to wrap up them tasks before we get some more per se weather. Football started later, and the challenges there where, we had the snow on the field. They really wanted to use the field for homecoming. So the challenge was to get the snow off the field cleaned. We did that not using equipment because the ground, for one, wasn't frozen. And to get equipment out there would have damaged the field. So we did it more with volunteers helping us come in and shoveling it off, which was a big task, but we got it done. We also installed a new scoreboard on the main field, and that was on display for the homecoming game. That was a relief since that old one was beginning to fail. I also wanted to take a second to thank Dan and his team for getting it installed before that homecoming game. That was quite the task. At some points, the thing is twice the size of our normal one, so there was some modifications that had to be done on that. And they worked throughout the weekend to get that up so we could enjoy it during the homecoming festivities. We've also been out installing snow fences, if you've seen, within the grounds of certain schools, mainly the elementary schools. And we're doing that to help with the safety of the children when they're out during recesses and such. Kids are using balls, kicking balls around, so to keep them inside that area so they're not kicking the ball out in the street and having to it's a busy time when you do see the kids and you drive by the school and there's a lot of kids out and about. So snow fences are kind of helping them create safe areas for the kids. The grounds team has been busy now putting snow removal stuff together. We've been putting the sanders on the trucks. We kind of got caught, with that last snowstorm. So they're currently putting the sanders in the back of the dump truck, and we've bought some new tractors with brushes, and we had some old sanders that we used on pickups, and we have now since mounted them on them tractors to use as a one-stop sweep and put salt down as the head custodians or custodians are cleaning snow within their schools. During the summer months in, I believe, August, we had them storms that came through that caused some damage within the district. So we had some salt sheds that we had put up at each school where the building had, the city would supply us with salt for our schools. And we have been putting up new sheds from the insurance claim and putting salt in them and getting them more secure, I guess, if we do get some more storms per se, or putting them in different areas so they're not so much out in the open. We have working on the Burnside project, wrapping that up, which Kevin has been helping with. Update that new pickup and drop off design is working very well out there. Moving on to the custodial aspect. With the activities being able to start up in some capacities within the schools, that has added to extra work being done in the schools. We have been doing extra deep cleaning in the gym area, locker rooms, the gym areas themselves, as it would pertain to just us regularly cleaning it, and especially with the COVID cleaning standards that we have at this time. We're still working towards getting full staffed. We've been close a couple times, and then for whatever reason, things have happened, and we haven't been able to get up to full staff. And I just personally want to let the custodial team know that, and you guys know that this custodial team has been doing an outstanding job with COVID-19 cleaning in all areas, as well as just our normal day-to-day cleaning. So a big thank you to our buildings and grounds teams that has been amazing. Moving on to the arena. The arena is has been up and going since the last week of September. So we are, a good month or so over that been starting up. With that, we've been working on the guidelines and procedures to provide the building open and safe for everybody to use. We did take some of the tables in the entryway, benches and tables in the lobby area to just help with that social distancing, that we wouldn't have people in them areas. And then, of course, we don't have, we're not doing concessions. It's been working well so far. And Shonda's been helping us determine capacities. And we are going to be getting that marked out soon for bleachers and things of that nature. The high school teams have not started over there yet, but they are going to be doing that soon. We've basically had association stuff over there as of now. So with that, that's all I have. If anyone has any questions.
I just wanted to say I agree with you, Alan, that the team has done an outstanding job. And I want to thank them at this meeting for the hard work they've put in and the heart and soul that they've put in to make sure that our community stays safe. It is not going unnoticed, especially by me, but I know others feel the same.
Absolutely. Thank you. I will pass that on to all of them at our next meeting too. Thank you, Holly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Al, they're doing a nice job. So we all had to pitch in and help and different things throughout the whole district. A lot of people have had to step up because just these unusual times that we're in, and they're right in the middle of it because we rely on them to do the deep cleaning and extra stuff. So thank them for us, please.
I will. In a typical year, football's over with. We're on to doing different things throughout this time of the year. With that, it's just been challenging, and then you threw the weather in there. That didn't really help either. So, but we're getting through it.
Appreciate the update. Anybody else have anything for Alan or Kevin?
I don't have any questions at this time, but I know that both of them would answer in a heartbeat if I did. So if something comes up, I will definitely reach out. But at this time, I don't have any questions. So thanks, guys.
Yep, you're welcome.
I think that's all we have for the agenda today.
The other issues was the other thing on the agenda. So does anybody have any other issues? Any update on the RFPs for the land by the tower? Has anybody expressed any interest that we know of?
I have not received any comments or emails from anyone. Kevin, Alan, have you heard anything?
I need to call. Yes, I said the last meeting I was going to do that, and I dropped the ball on that. So I'll give Jamie a call there because I know that they were interested in it originally.
I have nothing further. So,
say, Arlen, Jim, and Holly, are there some other topics you'd like at the December board meeting that we should start prepping for?
From this committee?
For this committee,
Yeah.
I think asking, or December operation committee meeting.
Yep. So is there, for example, we had one thing we could have Brent Lexville come back and give an update about food service. Is there anything else you want me to add to the agenda?
Yeah, I would just like for Allie to come back with the numbers of how many little people we still have within that 1 to 2 mile zone. The zone that we're not able to pick up that we normally would pick up.
Yeah, and we could have her come to the meeting, but I think we should get that data in advance.
Correct.
So yeah, we can send that email with information to you, and then we'll still have her come to the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, that goes without all the information we have, and we'd like to have the information in front of us ahead of time on any committee or board that we're on, and it doesn't do any good to give it to us at the meeting. So
I just appreciate what we have here. Not much on the agenda, but we're getting an update on building and grounds. We got an update on transportation. And I think that would be appropriate to have that again in December if we can, whatever we can. Maybe we could spend less time and have more topics if there's other things we do need updates on.
well, the other thing we can do is, next few
The
weeks
other
we
one
can,
we don't have here right now, but
next few weeks we can think about it, and we can always email so everybody knows that what the topic is you want to discuss, and get the information ahead of time.
and
Informed board and committee is a good board committee. So
When-
I got
when's
nothing
the
further.
next meeting?
I want to get ready. Next one's at 6:00, isn't it?
No, not that one. The next operations.
First Monday in December, whenever that is. It's the 7th.
Thank you.
Pearl Harbor Day.
well, I'd like to get my reputation changed, so I'm ready to adjourn. Are you guys?
I will make that motion to adjourn.
I'll
wait
second.
a second. Oh, I'm kidding.
No,
No, wait. No.
Alan wants to only say something because he wants to get out of here so he can go ride his Honda around until it breaks down. So
Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Jim Allen does that during the workday, so he doesn't need to do more of it.
Lucky guy.
Yeah. Thanks, Alan and Kevin.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
goodbye now.
Bye.
We take a motion. So all in favor, aye. I'll take the aye. Aye.
Well,
Yeah.
because we had a motion second and I want to adjourn, I just said we're adjourned.
Here.
Mr. Bryant,
Present.
Mr. Christensen,
Here.
Mr. Derricks,
Here.
Ms. Fair,
Present.
and Chair is here. So all board members are present. And with that, we'll go ahead and stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the
of
United
the United States of America and to the republic
for
for
which
which
it
it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible,
indivisible, with
with
liberty
and justice for all.
Thank you, Lisa. I have asked Ms. Jones to share our mission statement with us this evening. You are still on mute.
You think we could get over that one? The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you. And the agenda for this evening's meeting is listed in your board packet. Do we have any changes or additions to be made?
Yes, I'd like to add an agenda item as a report. It will be called plans to transition into distance learning if needed.
And where would you like to add that?
Right before the school board reports.
Okay.
And by the way, Jess Whitcomb and George Nemenich will be the ones presenting.
Okay. Thank you. Any other changes?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
as a board, we should have information ahead of us to make any big important decisions. I asked that we pull the evaluation off for this meeting and bring it to the next meeting since we did not have time to look at it, to have a discussion of it ahead of time. And everybody here should want to have the review something that important and big ahead of time instead of just making decisions that night. So.
I'm not sure what you are referring to. Who's got can we figure out where that feedback is coming from? Or is it just me that's hearing it? Okay, thank you. Well, we can certainly vote on that, Jim, to take it off of the agenda. I'm not sure that there's information that needed to go out ahead of time. That's something that we would share during our evaluation period when we go into closed session.
So we're going to look at something and make a recommendation based upon something given to us right now and not have a chance to look at it ahead of time, kind of like a budget or a proposal or something that we need to do. So I don't think anybody here, a good board, does not want to make a decision based upon something put in front of them at the time that they're debating it. So you do what you wish.
Want to weigh in on that?
Pardon me?
I'm just asking if anybody else wants to weigh in on that. Arlen?
Trying to get off mute here. I typically, I think we usually have the evaluation results to us prior to going into that meeting. I have not seen it. So I get where Jim's coming from. You're on mute, Pam.
Yep, thank you. And that would be completely my mistake that I didn't send that out. Do we want to still have a discussion about that without having seen it?
I guess I would like to know, is it true that we haven't had them? Because I guess in a closed session, we wouldn't have that information prior anyway. So, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I can't remember what we've done in past years, so I'm not able to comment.
I guess I would just add that I don't know what we're deciding on that is necessarily going to be, you know, related to that item. So I'm supportive of keeping it on the agenda and having that discussion during that agenda item, I guess.
Well, and that's my feeling as well. I mean, I should have perhaps sent that out to all of you to take a look at, but the purpose of the evaluation is so that the board can get together and discuss the items that we've all answered questions to. There isn't any decision that is being made because of that evaluation this evening. It is just a discussion on the performance and how the board feels the superintendent is doing. So we can delay it if that is the group consensus, or we continue on and just have a discussion like we were planning on. Holly.
What's the last item on the agenda tonight? Evaluation, isn't it? And whether or not we're going to vote to go into negotiation. So that's action, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that action?
After the evaluation, but we can table that.
Yeah, there are two different agenda topics. One would be the evaluation, and then a separate agenda topic is whether or not you want to pursue negotiations with me.
And so what I'm trying to wrap all of this together. So what Jim is saying is we haven't had a chance to review the evaluations. So why would we vote on anything tonight when we haven't had a chance as a board to even review the evaluation? Am I correct, Jim?
Well, yeah, typically though, much of the evaluation discussion, will take place. And so that's the opportunity to share perspectives during the evaluation process.
So it would make sense to me then that we would look at the evaluation, go into closed session, and then next board meeting decide whether or not we want to move into negotiations. To me, it feels extremely railroading the process. And I just feel like right now it's extremely premature without us. That's how I feel.
In my mind, we were, go ahead, Heidi.
I think Arlen's ahead of me.
Sorry, Arlen?
Yeah, I think typically we've had private email sent out ahead of time with the superintendent evaluation results prior to us going into closed session so we can review it before we discuss it. And I really think that's the proper way to do it rather than having it put in front of us at that closed session and then say, oh, well, how much time we're going to spend time to read it before we talk about it. So I'm in full support. And what we're doing right now is we're on approval of the agenda. I don't care how you want to approve the agenda. If somebody wants to move to pull it from the agenda, they can and see where it goes. Otherwise, it can go to that part of the meeting agenda and see if we got approval to go in a closed session. I personally will not support it.
So my thinking was that as we've all answered all the questions except for Holly on the superintendent evaluation. My plan for running that evaluation time was to go through each question and give each board member an opportunity to discuss what they wanted to about how they felt in each of those categories. And I don't think that, I do think that we could continue on with that evaluation part to have a discussion about the superintendent's performance, whether or not you want to pull business item 4.4, which is the only thing that we were going to decide this evening is if we were comfortable sending the negotiations with the superintendent back to the personnel committee. That doesn't mean that we're saying yes or no or maybe. It just means that it's sent back to the personnel committee for future negotiations with the superintendent. So what I'm hearing is that perhaps we're not comfortable with that piece, but would we be able to at least have a conversation about where we think the superintendent is at this point? Heidi, do you want to comment?
My first question is there a summary document that encapsulated all the readings and the comments?
Well, there's a full, I don't know, 20-page document.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the large piece. Okay. And I guess procedurally, we are kind of out of turn here, so we need to have I think we should go ahead. Well, just from the board clerk perspective, we're having a lot of discussion that's not even an agenda. We didn't even get to that part yet. So I'd like us to have the discussion on the table tonight. So I would prefer that we approve the agenda with Karsten's addition, and then sort this out in a more formal sense at that time.
Okay.
I'll make a motion. This is Janie, to approve the agenda with Karsten's addition. I believe it was the transition to distance learning. Is that correct?
Or plans to transition, or transition plans to distance learning if needed.
So stated that way, I'll make that motion.
All right, I'll second it. Mike.
Okay, made by Janie, seconded by Mike. Any other discussion?
I'm in the queue.
I'm sorry, Jim.
Have been there for a bit.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah, we're talking about the agenda. If a board wants to proceed without information ahead of them, that's not the right board that should be doing that. I agree with you, Pam. Things should be discussed, but they can be discussed in 2 weeks with the information in front of us. So if you guys want to ram it through, that's up to you. I can't stop that, but I will not be supporting it because I do not, and I said this at the beginning when I got on the board, that you have an informed board is a good board, but somebody has got this information, hasn't chosen to share it with us ahead of time. And that doesn't speak highly of what they think of this board. So take it whatever you want. I'm not trying to get anybody upset, but we should have had the information ahead of time. So.
Well, and that is 100% my mistake. Holly. You're on mute.
I did inform you of my intentions around the evaluation, just so we're clear on that. Okay. And I tend to agree with Jim. Once again, this seems extremely muddy. It may not seem muddy to other people, but on the even of an election, it seems awfully premature to be moving in this direction when I know that when I first came on the board, I was elected in 2018, and I was part of the negotiating with the superintendent's contract that January or February, after I had been on the board for a short time. And I remember at that time, we were in negotiations about how many years. So to be doing this ahead of time when that's not how we did it before seems extremely, how do I want to say this in a really gentle way? It seems extremely convoluted that we're not following our own practices. And so that makes me wonder if you ever have. I mean, if the board ever has followed a practice, do we negotiate it with the new members coming on? Do we negotiate it with the old members? It's really muddy. So I think that's an important piece. We could have 4 new members, maybe 3, who knows? But when I was voted on, I was part of the team that negotiated the superintendent's new contract. So why we're not doing it the same way this time, I guess, doesn't speak to transparency.
Well, and again, we changed in January, we changed our whole format on how we are or our timeline on how we are evaluating and then going into negotiations with the principals. So we are actually in a 6-month differential.
I guess I didn't understand it that way.
Yeah.
When we talked about it in January. And so, I should have asked for clarification at that time. But now that I'm understanding it the way that it's being presented, that's not how I understood it. And I'm going to stick with how I understood it then moving forward. So I won't be supporting it. Like I said, I think it's premature. And I think we should be able to see all the results like we did before. So
yes. And again, that's my clerical error. Who is next in the queue?
Arlen. There's a motion on the table, and it's not to discuss whether we should be doing this or not. it started here. I think we should have probably, one of two things. Somebody should have made a motion to pull this from or not have this on the agenda. But because there's a motion on the table to approve the agenda as presented and seconded, I will support that motion, but I'm just going to state when it comes time for those two items, I will have my comments at that time. But I think we need to vote on the motion.
Janie, any other?
Oh,
Or-
sorry, Janie, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? I'm just calling the question on this motion. I think I'm calling for a vote on this.
All right, it's a roll call vote. We'll start with Holly to approve the agenda with the addition of the plans to transition to distance learning if needed.
No.
Mr. Bryant?
No.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch, what is the motion?
To
That
approve
you
the
read.
agenda with the addition of the plans to transition to distance learning if needed.
Okay, from Carson. Okay. Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that's 5-2. It passes. All right. Let's see. The next piece is to remember that the educational plan is listed in the agenda packets as always. And the next piece is recognitions and upcoming events.
You know, if I could jump in real quick and thank the 11 candidates who put their name in for the school board election tomorrow. I sent an email to them today, so I'm kind of repeating myself, but it does take a lot of courage to put your name on a ballot for any race. And, you know, I respect their interest in our school district and serving on the school board. And so regardless of the 4 people who are picked tomorrow, I think, you know, we'll all work with whoever's elected and for the interests of the school district and students.
Thank you. Any, Jamie?
I just want to, well, Kirsten took my thunder there. So I want to just second that. I appreciate all those people putting their names in, and I hope we can find a spot for those that don't make it on the board. Because I think the more people and new voices we have, the better within our kind of district community and bringing input. And then I just wanted to recognize, I just thought homecoming went really well. I think we were one of the one districts that actually kind of got to have some normalcy and some activity. So thank you for all the people that put a lot of time and energy into making that safe and, you know, able to be enjoyed by all. I think it was really creative how we, you know, were able to get the seniors and juniors into the gymnasium and have the 7th and 8th graders, you know, watching virtually. And I know, you know, a lot of people did a lot of extra work. So thank you to everyone.
Jim.
Get off. Okay. There we go. I think I'm unmuted now. Yeah, I said the same. I want to say the same thing about the candidates. 11 of them just shows outstanding that we had people that chose to step forward and want to be on the school board. They get as I spoke to a few of them today, and a couple of them was like, you know, the school board candidates and election kind of gets pushed back or off to the side with all the other things going on in this fall and especially tomorrow. So a couple of them did ask me, Mr. Anderson, about some email you sent about some meeting or letting them know I couldn't answer them because I didn't know what that even pertained to, but you can probably share that some other time with me. So thank you and good luck to everybody tomorrow.
Yeah, if I could respond, Jim, are you talking about the email that I sent to the candidates?
Yes, and I do have one other thing, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just sent all 11 candidates an email just saying, you know, first, thank you. And then also that, I'd be reaching out to them the week after the election just to figure out next steps. And so kind of part of that orientation process that we've talked about. And in terms of the mechanics, in terms of, all those kinds of things. So we want to make a good effort to orient our new board members who are selected.
So I totally agree, because we know it didn't happen last time. So it's going forward is great. Just one last thing. Was the school, how was the school involved with trunk and treat, or treat and trunk, whatever it was called? I didn't go through it, but I got caught in that traffic jam. Holy cow. If anybody else was up there, it was well attended. So if the school, whoever in the school and all that were involved, whoever pulled it off, I know I heard something on the radio about it, but I apologize for not knowing all who was involved. But yeah, I couldn't even get home at 4:00. I had to go make a roundabout route to my house. And so it seemed to be well attended. And I think it's a wonderful thing that was done. So thank you.
Dawn Wedern is probably on the call, so she can say for sure who sponsored it. I believe it was United Way, and they simply used, or was it the YMCA, Janie?
It was the YMCA. The YMCA sponsored it, Carson. Yep.
Sorry about that. And so they just used our school grounds to have the trunk or treat. But you're right, it was really successful, and there were cars lined up for a long period of time.
And the police were consulted, and everything was done really safe. And I think they couldn't have done a better job. And kids were thrilled. So.
And then if I recall correctly, Don, they filled out the COVID response plan through you and Joni and Shonda. Is that correct?
Yes, they did. And we reviewed it, and it was top notch. And they came up, and we did a couple of different walkthroughs, and we consulted with the police department to make sure the traffic flow was as good as it could be with hundreds of cars. So.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Brecken, you're in the queue.
Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of speak about homecoming a little bit more. Pretty much just same as everybody else. It was really well done. Student council worked really hard to get that going, and on Friday we had our football game, and the homecoming royalty was announced, and our players played and all of that. So that was really nice, just some more normalcy that we have going on at the high school, really good involvement with that. And then currently among the students, at least in the classes I'm in, there's definitely some concern and confusion and worrying about, are we going to be going fully online? Are we going to be continuing hybrid? And so people are definitely kind of curious as to what the board is thinking about that, and what if students should expect to go online coming up, or if they should just continue to look forward to hybrid learning. Obviously, a decision's most likely not going to be made tonight, but people are wondering what's going on with that. But besides that, so far everyone's still trucking through. This Friday is our last day of Q1, which means we've successfully gotten through our first quarter in hybrid learning, which is honestly incredible. So a round of applause to students and teachers for that. And and then next week we start Q2 and classes change, and we keep pushing through the school year.
Thanks, Brecken. I know as a board, we've received some feedback on what a great week last week was from actually a couple of community members on what great kids we had. There was a group of kids who went out for dinner, and actually there was a community member who had put out on social media what a pleasure it was to serve the seniors that had gone out for dinner, because you were a delightful group of students and actually helped to clean up, and just how appreciative that server was. We also got some feedback from a reserved officer who was at the football game on just some great sportsmanship by our student section, and how much they enjoyed watching you having fun. And so it was just really great to hear those stories, and glad that you had some normalcy last week. So as safe as we could make it. So I'm glad you had a fun time. Yay. All right, Mike, you're in the queue.
Yeah, my cue was just what you just said about the good sportsmanship at the game in a not overly exciting ball game, but the students rallied and had fun with the opposing team, and it's really a great testament as to what people can do when they recognize the others as being just other people who like to have some fun. It was really great to get that letter, and we can thank Mr. Jack for sending it to us, or to Paul, and for Carson sending it on.
And Holly.
Yeah, I just wanted to know the numbers of the little trunk or treaters. Does anybody know how many kids came or how many families?
I do know, Holly, the police had like prepared 700 bags or something, and they ran out. So they ran out at like 5:30. So yeah, it was quite well attended, and yeah, I know the why. You know, this took the place of the one that they usually have down at Bay Point Park. So this was a great way to make it safe, and I think just the traffic, you know, it is what it is. So thanks to everybody who waited in line, and kids were happy. I was directing people to let them know how much time was left, and people were just happy, you know, other than a couple of crying toddlers in the back, but I would throw extra candy in, and that seemed to help the problem. So
awesome. Super fun. Super fun. Holly? Oh, you asked your question. Anything else? I just have a couple of things I wanted to highlight. One is that there are going to be flu clinics at the high school for any Red Wing Public School students or staff. That's going to be happening all next week, November 10th through the 17th. There's more information about that on our website. Quarter one ends, as Brecken said, on Friday, which means quarter two is going to start next Monday. So we'll be hearing a little bit more about that shortly. There's also a lot of information out there right now on the need for materials. Lots of materials are out in our student homes. So we'll have a great need to get those materials back, and also switcheroo in terms of getting the new materials for the next quarter. So again, there's more information on our school website about doing that. And then on November 16th, so a couple of weeks, we're going to have a dental clinic for Red Wing High School. We've partnered again with community agencies in terms of getting some good dental health to students who need it. So again, more information either on our website or in the e-news that comes out every Sunday night. If you're somebody who wants to get the e-news and you haven't been getting that, you can go to our school website and scroll all the way down on the bottom, and it says sign up for e-news there. It's just a click, and then you put your email address in there. It's simple to do, and it's chock full of great information every Sunday night it comes out. So thank you. Any other recognitions or upcoming events? All right.
Oh, sorry, Pam, if I can just do one additional. We didn't touch on the school play, and I just wanted to say thank you again for everybody. That was a very innovative way to do it and to tape it and have it out there now for everybody to watch. So great job to theater people. And I'll be quiet now.
All right. Public comment is next on our agenda, and I have not received any public comment. Have you, Superintendent Anderson?
I have not.
No. Okay. And then, so this is where you wanted to add the plans to transition to distance learning if needed.
Yeah, and Jess Whitcomb and George Nemenich will give the presentation.
All right.
Hello, everyone.
George and Jess.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm gonna present quick.
Here we go. And can you give me a thumbs up if it's working? All right. Oh, someone. There we go.
That was me. Sorry.
Having some construction done, George?
Just the wash.
Maybe a new washer. So here we have the Red Wing Public Schools. We're planning for distance learning if needed. So I'll go over some like of the high level, and then George will give kind of some detail on some full staff training that we're talking about here. So as always, we're thinking about what's going, even in this time of COVID, what's always our vision and mission to make sure that we have everybody, all students, as they realize their full potential. So to think about what is the way that we can continue to live our mission and vision and our core values, even in planning during a pandemic. So obviously we consider our directions for the educational plan to make sure that we're still living everything that we say we are to our taxpayers and our community members. Considering too that these were kind of our guiding principles during our planning stages in the spring, and then now into the fall, that obviously health and safety and equity are at the top of our list to think about all students, to think about what is that essential student learning that we still want students to get no matter which scenario that we have to be in due to health and safety. How do we support our students and our family and our staff through this transition is a big one in what we'll be presenting to you tonight. And then clear and consistent communication throughout that, and in this crazy time that we have, this patience, flexibility, and empathy in what everyone is going through, our community members, our parents, our staff members, and just thinking about keeping that all in mind as we go forward here tonight. So what we are recommending to do in order to make sure that we support our staff in this transition if needed, this would be if we were going to distance learning at the high school at 7/12, what we would suggest is that based on the fact that the governor and the state allow us to have up to 5 days of planning that would count as instructional days if we go into a scenario change, which would be going into distance learning, we would say to use 4 of those days. One as a 1 day of full building professional development that George will go over and Mr. Nemenich will go over in a second. And then 3 days of a virtual power pack through learning sciences, and then common assessments. And I'll talk about more what that is. What it is built to do is to close the academic gaps, engage reluctant learners, as everyone is struggling with across the state and across our country, accelerating learning for all and keeping that equity at the center of what we're doing, social emotional learning, one of our priorities to get that educational plan done, and then reducing teacher stress. So we would have 35 teachers go through that virtual power pack, and then the other half of our teachers would go through and complete their common assessments to make sure that we're have that guaranteed and viable curriculum across our district. One of the reasons that we want to do this as well is that all of these things outlive the pandemic. And so it would create a stronger school district in the end, even while making sure that we have solutions for our teachers and kind of our second stage of what we would want to be going forward with. So if you look, I won't go through all of these, but the days are kind of broken out in 2 hours of PD. Each day has about 8 hours of PD. 6 hours of PD. Day 1 is establishing relationships, routines, roles, and rigor in virtual instruction. Day 2 is creating tasks worthy of student groups and breakout rooms, which then they have told me can transition to how you do breakout groups in an actual classroom and outlive that pandemic. And then monitoring for learning in a virtual world. How do we assess in a way that makes sure that students are actually doing assessments that make sure that we are grading for learning instead of maybe completion? And so how do we transition that? as you can see down, they break it up into coaching and how do you establish those dynamics, and utilizing possibly a flipped classroom model and giving some of those tools that we've heard teachers asking for. And the teachers that would go through it would be our leads, our building leads, to then make sure we would have ongoing coaching for those teachers to then kind of train the trainer type of model to make that go through our entire staff. This is just the end of the description of the 3 days here. As always, we're working on aligning our standards and creating rigorous tasks for kids to do, and make sure that we're always improving our instruction and our learning in Red Wing. So what they would do on that, the other teachers would be doing is completing, I don't know if you all remember, we started in the spring, or started in last fall, making sure that we have common summative and formative assessments, K-12, and we are through K-6, and we want to make sure that we're through K-7, and so we want to make sure that we're bringing that string all the way along. So the administration and Mr. Nemenich has decided that we would do follow-up and support for those departments that need to complete the common summative and formative assessments, so that we will be completely aligned horizontally to make sure that we can move forward with those grading discussions, and how do we move forward as a district with standards-based grading and that conversation. I can take questions about that, unless you want George just kind of go right in and we can take questions at the end. They look ready, George.
Okay, sounds good. So, the one day that we would kind of do building level stuff, we were looking at doing some breakout sessions with our staff that really focuses in on climate and culture and kind of our mission, and just talking about those things, because we want to get kind of a little bit more of a laser focus on what we want to do and how we want to do it. And we really could use that time to focus in on this. So the plan would really be this. The early morning portion, we would be breaking up into these breakout groups, and there would be 3 different sessions that the staff would be going to. One would be on improving climate and culture. So who are we? Who do we want to be? Those kind of questions would be asked. In another session, there would be work around improving instruction, and then taking a look both at, what are we doing well, so the celebrations, and then also what are some barriers right now to our success, how can we overcome those. And then a third session that they would rotate into would be around mission. Are we living our mission? So we would take a look at some of the things with the district, what's established there, and then taking some feedback and action, and really talking about our mission versus the reality that we have right now. So are we living it or not? Those kind of questions, having some discussion around that. So those 3 sessions, staff would rotate to those different areas. Then we take a break, and then we'd break back out into the small groups, and we'd answer 3 questions. And essentially those questions would be, why did you get into education? Who do you or we serve? And what do you wish the school to be like? And then from there, we would like them to take that information and then basically take it and try to formulate a why we exist statement for our mission, and get different mission statements from the different groups. And then from there, we would that would be the kind of our morning, but it would be from there, our site team would take that information and then continue the process forward to eventually come to some type of a building mission that everybody will have had a hand in once we've completed the process. And what we'd like to do is have not only our teachers, but we want our paras involved with this. We want our custodial staff involved. We want our clerical, we want our student nutrition services involved. We want everybody who works with kids in the building, admin included, to be a part of this, because this is, if we don't all have a hand in it, then it doesn't have any meaning to us.
I saw some people in the queue. Was this about, do you want to wait until I have one more slide, or do you want to ask George questions now?
One more slide, go for it.
Okay. Arlen, I think I saw you in the queue too. Are you guys good with that? Just one more? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is just the transition plan for E4. If need be, we would only want to have 1 or possibly 2 days of, and what it would be utilized for is distribution of materials, and then collaboration across grade level and co-teachers to kind of get ready to go into that online learning and the distance learning. So this would be what we would utilize the 1 or possibly 2 days for. So let's, who's first? Go ahead, Holly.
I'm pretty sure it's me because it was Holly. Who was all on the committee that put all of this together? Who were the committee people?
For the transition back to,
for this plan that you and George just rolled out for us, who are all of the stakeholders on this plan?
Our transition plan for our staff would have been our administrators.
So like George and Jen and that group? Okay, I was just curious, like where the, where the ideas were coming from and how that was rolled out. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
I don't know who's next. I'm sorry. I gotta look.
Okay, I think it's me. Several questions. I guess you answered one. George did answer it, that you want the cooks, the paraprofessionals, others involved in this. I didn't hear exactly what happens if we do distance learning for the high school. What happens in grades 5 and 6? Because they're kind of in between the E4 and the other. So I'd like to just address a little more on that. The second thing is, are our staff going to do these trainings in the building, or are they going to be virtual from home? And the third thing is, if we go into a distance learning model, will the staff be coming into their classroom to do distance learning to the students, or are they going to be working from home?
I can jump in on a couple of those questions, Arlen. In terms of 5th and 6th graders, they are considered to be elementary students by the state. And so all of our guidance has been kind of following that assumption. So really they may be treated differently than grades 7 through 12. And really depends on the circumstances. So I don't want to say for sure it's going to be one way or the other. But my assumption is that if we do go into distance learning, that there'll be a very similar plan that's put in place for 5th and 6th grade teachers as well. I know that the administrative team has also talked about the location of teachers providing the distance learning services. That's still a work in progress. And we see great value in teachers working in the school buildings when they're providing distance learning. But at the same time, we want to work with all the administrators as well as the teachers union on that particular issue so that we're on the same page.
And then I think you had virtual learning, or where would the PDP be provided? And we have the option to do either way. So the virtual Power Pack it will be live, but it is virtual. So we have the ability to do it in person, whether the staff is there and they are streaming it, or we have the ability to do both.
And I would say the same thing, Arlen, with the mission and culture, school culture work. I will say this: it's a lot better to have that done in person. I'm just speaking from experience, but I will say that could be done if it had to be done that way. Absolutely.
Janie's in the queue, and then Jim.
So obviously a lot of work, so I really appreciate you guys, but I have a lot of questions. I mean, is this guidance from the state actually, or is this actually coming from our group of administrators?
So the guidance from the state part of it was the only thing that I was talking about there is that they allow you to have up to 5 days that are counted as instruction. What they ask you to use them for would be things like this, or preparing families or preparing staff to transition.
But is the guidance that going to distance learning that you have these days off? Is that, I mean, they're saying that we have to do that, or we have the ability to do that?
The ability.
Yeah. And so I guess I mean, on that note, and, you know, I'm just playing the parent advocate here, is that this is not very parent friendly. So I would actually like to see like a timeline, and, you know, and I'm just putting in that safety and all that is a given. So I want to make sure that that's clear. But, and I know you guys probably realize this, but I guess I just feel like most parents and students are not going to be real keen on that. Like, and so I just want to share that. You know, and then I guess Arlen touched on my 5th and 6th grade thing. And then so I would like to see a timeline of what that looks like. And then, you know, I guess timeline in the aspect of like, okay, Carson sends out an email, you know, on a so-and-so day, and then the next, you know, days are these, you know, preparation days. But, you know, and I threw out there are alternatives where we try to do half days of student learning. You know, did you guys consider that at all? And I'll let you respond after, but my last thing would be, what's then the plan to transition back to hybrid or back to in-person when numbers start to be different? Because I think that should be taken into account too in this too. Thanks.
So we can, we did talk about student friendly and what that looks like. It is definitely a conversation that we had, but one of the other conversations that we had is if we give tools to our teachers who have been asking for them, is that serving our students in a better way once we go to distance learning? And so like that was also the conversation of like meeting the needs of our staff to then meet the needs of our students and our families. So that was a big conversation. We can do the virtual Power Pack after school from like 4 to 6 on Tuesdays and Thursdays for lots of weeks. And so that was the conversation too of like, do we just spread it out? But then you're asking teachers to teach all day and then do training from 4 to 6 at night. And is that going to be a good thing for students in the end? Because you're then wearing out your staff. And do we just get it all done in one shot and then have these tools to then go forward with our school district? And really that is the main thing that has come out of the survey that we gave our teachers is like, we would like more tools for virtual learning and to engage students who are not engaging with us, help us in that. And that's part of where that's coming from. And we felt like it was a good place to put it into that transition. That, okay, we're doing this, now you have the tools to kind of go forward with it. And then I don't know that there was another question. Or George, did you want to say anything about that?
No, I not really. I mean, you kind of answered everything, but I just would say I understand where those questions are coming from, Janie, and that actually was discussed quite heavily in the administrative meeting last week. So yes.
I think I missed one.
Well, I think just that transition or plan back to hybrid or whatever it is, you know, like how are we gonna, is it just like a boom, we're back, or, you know, I guess that's what, if we're gonna plan for this way. I mean, I think that was what my concern was right at the beginning of the school year, is that we seem to be planning for full distance, and there, you know, and that I fear that if we go to this, I'm fine if numbers stay where they are at. That makes sense to be safe, and if we're having transmission in the schools. But if we're not having that, I just want to make sure that we have a plan to go back to have kids in school, because I keep on hearing from many, many parents that yes, hybrid is great, but like You know, if the numbers stay where they are, we have to, you know, what are our options? What are our opportunities to give kids the best education that we can? Because we still have kids, whether they're showing up on the video or not, that are still struggling with, you know, online learning as it is. And so I just think we have to make sure we have a plan for going the other way also, back to hybrid from distance if needed to. So.
Yeah, and if I could jump in a little bit there too. I know that I'm not able to put the district back into a less restrictive environment. So from, you know, distance back to hybrid or in person, but board can. And so I would imagine that if we do go to distance only learning at some point, that we would be out for at least 2 weeks because that's the quarantine period typically. And during those 2 weeks, we'll closely monitor the different rates throughout the county and in Red Wing in particular. And then the school board would consider consider a possible change at the next meeting. So I would hope that we would have 2 or 3 consecutive weeks of solid improvement so that we're within the guidelines for hybrid or in person. So I don't want to say that this is the definite plan because there's so many unknown variables out there. I think we need some flexibility as far as making that decision.
And I think, Carson, if I can add to that, maybe you'll touch on this later, but, you know, I think there is some confusion, I mean, about whether the board will even vote on, you know, going to distance learning. So can you just state again that, so it is under your authority to have us go into distance without even a board vote. That's correct, right?
Yeah, it's, and really it could be me or the board. You know, for example, there could be a motion, you know, at the next regular meeting to go into distance learning. Obviously, the school board decides that. The reason that we approved the resolution to give me that authority is that things are changing every day. And so it just makes sense for me to be able to put it in more restrictive learning model. But again, the board can always, you know, take it back to a less restrictive model.
Thank you.
I think Holly was next on there.
No, I think it's Jim.
Oh, sorry, Jim.
It's okay. It's not the first time I've been passed over. My prom date one time was, but now I don't need to get into that. Thank you. Thanks for sharing this with us. A couple things, more kind of a comment and a couple questions. When I heard about this, I thought, oh, we're going to have how we're going to instruct our kids in distance learning. What days are going to be on, what days are off, or if that at all. So it sounds like if we go to distance learning, and he just said, Superintendent Anderson just said a minimum of 2 weeks. So we're going to spend 1 week getting ready for it in hopes that we can be back in 2 weeks. So I get that I get the idea of what we need to do and all that. That's unfortunate, you know, through the whole discussion back in August that we didn't have this option to at least work on it during the summertime to be ready for it instead of impacting student learning days that may come forward with it. So I guess my question is, I have, and that's more of a comment. The question really is, if this passes, which I assume it will, what are the teaching time periods and days, e-learning, that our students and parents can expect?
So that's kind of the beauty of the e-learning plan that we put forward in the summer, is that no matter the scenario, the kids could stay in a consistent schedule. So none of that changes for the kids. They still follow their schedule. They still have time with their teachers. They will still have assignments. So that was the one thing that we wanted to keep consistent for students and families, so that they kind of had that, even though we might fluctuate throughout, that we had that. And as far as like not having this in the summer, I think think it's just based on the needs that we now see. And we're saying, let's meet those needs that we have. And we didn't know necessarily what teachers didn't know or didn't want or wanted in the summer. We did give a lot of training in the summer, but then they've kind of been asking for more. And so also what I would say is this virtual Power Pack is going to outlive the 2 weeks of virtual learning. It's going to bleed into hybrid. It's also going to bleed into coming back in person. So that's what I really love about this. That's why I would recommend it, because I think that it's teaching practice, best practice, no matter where you're teaching, no matter which situation you're teaching in. So that's why I would kind of take this opportunity to have us all improve and go forward together.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wickham. But you didn't, for parents out there watching or hearing about this, let's say we go to e-learning, which is likelihood since our numbers are slowly creeping up, may come down a little bit one time, but creeping up. What can we tell them? For a week, their kids aren't going to be any e-learning, and then what are they going to do after that? And I didn't get that answer unless I missed it. I mean, are they going to be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday like they are now, with Wednesday as a prep day for the teachers? You know, what can the parents expect with their children, and what can the children expect as, because right now I've heard from a number of them that they're still struggling, and we got to do what we can to help them out.
So Jim, do you want me to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so good question about, what does the day look like? Sounds like what you're asking, and what's a week look like, right? So basically it'll be Monday through Friday, and we're going to just like we've had throughout the year up to this point, our students will be going to class on a regular schedule. Only instead of coming into the building Monday and Tuesday, if they're in the A through K cohort and L through Z cohort on Thursday, Friday, now they're going to be attending virtually, and it'll be 5 days a week. So just like we've had basically in the hybrid, there won't be a change.
Thank you.
Now I think I saw Holly next.
Yeah, thank you. So last week I had the opportunity to be part of the technology committee meeting, and it was extremely informative. And what it sounds like is the bulk of what people need is a lot of time to figure out how to maximize their teaching using all of the technology and programming that has come at them. There are so many programs on computers right now that teachers want to utilize for kids to make it better. They don't have any time to play with them or organize them or plan for them because their levels, some of them are so basic, they can only just do the basic stuff. We have a few teachers that are extremely talented using technology, and they're on a technology team that they're all helping teachers in the schools, but they're not the bulk of the teachers. So when we talk about time off, yes, it's for kids, but it's also for kids. The smarter and the better that the teachers are, the better it's going to be for our students in every capacity. So I'm in full support of this. And I'm also just going to say, keep maybe the mission building just at a smaller time frame, because sometimes we get caught up in what is a mission, and all kinds of things come out of that. However, I would love the fact that you're going to really hone in on people's needs. Some people know how to turn on a computer and that's it. And they can go to a Google Meet and then some teachers are doing all kinds of things to make it equitable. Teachers need to have a basic toolbox of technology that they can share with all students. It's not fair that some kids have that teacher who is so good at it and the other teacher's clamoring for it and they can't get it. So this is really an opportunity to even the playing field even more. So like I said, I'm in full support. Thank you.
And Mike, you're in the queue next.
Yeah, I thought the question Jim was asking is what happens in the 5 days of prep? Are the students going to be doing something, or are they off for those 5 days while the teachers are getting their training in? And I agree with Holly. This is really you guys work hard to pull all this stuff together. And I think people need to remember that everything is in flux, and from even one day to the next, much less from summer to this point, that we finally arrived at, or we haven't arrived there yet, but it looks like we're pushing the envelope to those changes. But my question was on the 5 days of prep. Do the students have something to do?
No, those would be off for the students. And they would be, or you're talking about the 5, so E4 or E6 is the 1, and then the 4 for 7-12.
Are you speaking English?
Is that what you were saying? Are you saying 5? Because I want to make sure there won't be 5 for 7-12.
Days that the governor gave us to get our.
Yeah, no, they're not. They are counted as instructional days, but there would not be interaction with students on those.
Okay.
Really great questions. Any other questions for George or Jess? Any other things that you want to share with us, George or Jess, moving forward? This is a well thought out plan, and we really appreciate the work that you've put into making this come alive.
Yeah, I'll just echo. I think Holly kind of hit it on the head. Our teachers have been, clamoring for a lot of technical support, and really it's getting that time to do it. And that's been what's been really cool to watch is yes, we threw a lot at them at the very beginning of the school year and in August, but they have been slowly progressing with it. It's not easy, as you all know, and you've heard that many times over, but I just want to commend our staff for the hard work they've put in, and they're getting better, and that's the beauty of this. But I think what Jess is proposing with this virtual power pack is going to help push us even further, and it would be a nice thing to be able to do in a more instead of spreading it out over weeks and months, to do it all kind of in a compact way.
And the last thing I would add is just a thank you to our staff. I know that there have been so many ups and downs, and across the board, administrators and staff and students and families, they have really lived that last guiding principle of giving us flexibility. And I know that it's kind of, we all thought this was a sprint, and it's kind of been a marathon. And so we need to give our staff some water and some energy packs to kind of get through the rest of this. And so that's kind of what it is definitely not time off, because they will be working hard to get up to speed on these things that they'll be learning. Any other questions?
Well, I just think as we prepare our families and our students, and thinking we might not have a lot of lead time to be able to give parents a heads up. And so just to have parents and guardians be aware that this might be a decision that comes pretty quickly, but it's nice to know that there's a solid plan in place and this is what's going to happen. And kind of laying it all out for everyone. So very much appreciated. Thank you, Holly. I see you in the queue.
You probably addressed this, or you're probably going to address it, but how does it impact the quarter in terms of length for how long the classes are and grading and all of those pieces? Is it kind of a wash in the week and that quarter will just be shorter? And then, just so people understand, like if the quarter starts on November 8th, it's going to be a week shorter when we have to go to distance learning for this. That was my question. So
yeah,
you're nodding your heads answering what I'm suggesting.
Yep.
That's actually a really good point too, Holly, that would be the case. Yes.
Okay,
right.
I seem to have a hard time finding my mute button, so sorry, everyone. It keeps finding different corners to hide in, so sorry about that. Any other questions for Jess or George? Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us and for all the work that I know you and your team are doing. We very much appreciate all the hours we know that you are spending behind the scenes doing all this, so thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you very much.
Thanks a lot.
All right, next on our agenda are school board reports, and I'll just go down the list. Anything from Finance Committee?
I'll comment briefly. I don't know if Mike's speaking or what. One of the things I think that the board should be aware of is, we're working on an enrollment projection approach, and it's going to be, we have to rethink a little harder this year because of the anomalous attendance, because of COVID circumstances and decisions families and parents have made about what's best for my child this year. So we're working on that. But we did, Jackie provided some statistics about 48 kids have moved out of the district or the state. And so that's kind of an abnormally high number, but it might indicate, just the struggles that families are having due to, again, COVID circumstances. My job dried up. I've got to move in with family. They're somewhere else. So, and we don't know that level of detail. All we know that about 20 of them moved out of the 30 moved out of the district and 20 out of the state, or vice versa. I can't remember which, but that's a significant number. And so we are taking a hard look at that. But I think that's something that, when people are asking about, what's going on, it's just this year is different than any other year. And, we're going to see those changes in movement and students, and obviously it affects our finances.
Right. Yeah, that was me on mute. So we also met with the auditors, who will be giving us a presentation on at their next meeting on the 16th. They had one finding that was a minor, and I can't remember what it was. It's not in our notes, but it was a minor thing that's easy to fix. And then, yep, that's it. We're still rolling. Jim, do you have anything else that you can add to that?
Thank you. I think what they found was the same as the last auditor on that student account that we had.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that was it. But yeah, it was a nice presentation. Doing it virtual, like you said, they will bring it to the meeting on the 16th. And we're doing that survey, and I think Dawn's going to head that up as to why people are trying to find out why our enrollment's declining and see what we can do to address that, at least ask the questions. So,
yeah, I've got on the report 17 students transferred to a non-public school, which includes homeschools. And that could be very much COVID related. 19 students out of the district, 29 students out of state, 18 students transferred to another district, but did not move. 7 to the ed district, 7 to outsourced online programs, and 4 open enrolled to a charter school or private school. So yeah, it's in flux. I don't know if it's the greatest year to be doing this, but it would be nice to do it every year to find out what's going on. And if we could get more housing in the community, that wouldn't hurt either. But that's basically the finance report.
I really appreciate and thank you so much for that enrollment update. I think that's really good information to have in terms of where students are going and what's happening in the district. I think it gives a really clear picture on our student body. So thank you for collecting that and presenting that. I think it's important data to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Good. Anything else from the finance group? All right. What about operations?
Hey, operations just met tonight here. It was mainly updates that we had. Spent some time with our Terry from First Student here in Red Wing and our consultant, I don't recall her name. And discussing bus ridership. And a lot of that is controlled on how decisions on it are controlled by the State Department of Health, the State Department of Education, and I think there's a few other entities. First off, we have a limit, I think, on our buses of less than half capacity. But there are other things that we have to look at. If you're going to ride the bus and you want to have your spot on the bus, you got that, and we can't overbook a bus even if they're not running at their capacity that we can do. We have to have a place for everybody. I raised a question because it seemed to me like maybe there weren't that many in the bus. Some of the other criteria is I think they're trying to limit the time on the bus to be less than 1/2 an hour, because if COVID contact came in with somebody that was on that bus for longer than half an hour, the entire bus route, all the students on that route and the bus driver would have to be quarantined if the students if a student would happen to come up with COVID, was on that bus, so we would quarantine the whole works. But if we can keep them on the bus for less than half an hour, that doesn't enter into that type of restriction. Costs on transportation is similar to other years with the 2-tier and what we're doing right now. Then we also had a building and grounds update, and they've had some challenges this year, of course, with other things, but one of the challenges mentioned was early snow that we got this year. It's created things for our custodial staff to deal with, including hand shoveling the football field with I believe there's volunteers or whatever, so we could have our football field for homecoming. And they also noted that there is a new scoreboard that went up just recently. The new pickup and drop off at Burnside is working well. The arena was up and running since the end of September. And the big thing is we want to put out a great big thanks to our custodial staff for all the extra work that they have been doing and with all these other challenges like the weather and stuff. I mean, it's just an unusual year. So that's just a quick summary. Nothing else really pressing. Hopefully Holly and Jim can expand on this a little bit if they like.
Jim's talking right now. It's kind of funny to watch him talk to the mute button, but I'll jump in. We talked about the little people and getting a ride to school yet. The families that have, reached out to us, and they're constantly looking at it, how to get them on the bus. It's not perfect. It's not what we had hoped by this time. And with our huge snowfall, they did say that the city or county is plowing from AP over to Burnside, that whole trail, so that people are able to walk that trail, which has been helpful. But we're still not in the position yet to offer rides to kindergarten, first and second graders the way we'd like to, as if we were still a mile distance. So they're constantly evaluating, and I do believe that they are, that they're taking it very seriously. So what it sounds like to me is they're constantly looking at everything. There's probably not a minute that goes by in the day that they're not trying to figure out a problem to solve. So
I'll try talking now. So I was on mute. So yeah, the two of them, Mr. Derricks and Ms. Tower, covered it pretty well. I know that the bus tries to keep within 1 hour from somebody that gets on the bus, 1 hour length on the bus, because after that it's just too long. It's cost prohibitive to do that. They're going to get some numbers from students that are in the 1.5 to 2 mile range that we're not able to get on a bus right now. And they've made some adjustments already on some numbers. Part of it is they can't overbook in case it does get full. So they're in that spot where they got to be at 36, I think, in a bus. And then they are reaching out to some parents to see if they want to save their spot. Their children haven't been on the bus. There may be a certain reasons. They're now not. They're doing fall sports, fall speech, something in the school that they won't be doing in the wintertime. So I think they're doing the best they can with what they have. But it's not just our district. The other ones that they serve, they're seeing the same issues and same requests by parents, and I get that. They're trying to accommodate all they can. However, it's unusual times, and maybe in another week this thing will go by, at least after tomorrow, hopefully. So
Jim.
Thank you.
The transportation person that he's working with, her name is Allie.
Thank you. Carson, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, Jim already made the comment about the hour-long ride, so I have nothing further to add. It was a great meeting, though.
Great. Anything else from operations? All right. How about update from the personnel committee? Jeannie.
Thanks, Pam. I just wanted to talk about today we reviewed again some conditions for employment for our program supervisors, non-classified personnel, and program assistants. I did want to make sure everybody heard that we did talk at length about kind of the banding review. So there are several positions that are kind of getting moved to different categories, if that makes sense. So which sometimes the salary would be more or less. So that was just something interesting to talk through. And so let me know if you have questions about that. And then we did go through, again, an org chart and administrative backup plan, which was really good to see of, just kind of who would be in charge if a certain position was, absent for a couple weeks and such. And I forget Carson was going to add something to that, and then we would probably bring it to the board for review, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there's information from the state as far as employee reporting expectations during snow emergencies, like if you're in distance or hybrid. And so I thought, after we finalize that document, we'll just bring both documents to the board for approval.
Perfect. Thank you. I forgot the specifics about that one. And then we did go over, since the personnel committee group here goes over administrative negotiations, we did have some lengthy material that is all publicly out there on the board packet area site, going over average salaries for positions, whether it be business managers or superintendents or principals. So very well put together and easy to read, and nice to see kind of where we're at in certain areas. And then our last thing was just kind of going over again that business office options and discussion. And I really appreciate Jackie and Carson putting together some scenarios and showing us some different options. So I think we're going to dive a little deeper into that and ask them to tell us a little bit more about the duties that other districts have, to see how cost effective that might be for other positions. But at this point, the numbers just didn't seem to add up from what we were seeing. But that is all posted on the personnel site there if you want to look at it. And that's all I have, unless Mike or Pam want to add anything.
No, I think that about covers it. Mike, do you have anything to add?
I would just say the job comparisons were with other districts. That wasn't clear when Janie said it. So, and then, we want to get a little bit more information on the titles of different jobs, or the titles of similar jobs are very different. And so it's hard to compare them all. So we want to get more information on what duties are being performed in those jobs, if we can get that information, so we get a better idea of what people are paying for. That's it.
All right, thank you. Legislative and Policy Committee.
There's really nothing new. You got an update, I think, last time. I will remind the board on your calendars, we are tentatively planning for a legislators meeting December 21st at 3:45, I believe. So we'll see what the outcome of the election is, and then we'll have some people to talk to and pull that together. So just put that on your calendars. We were hoping to have an activities handbook review tonight, but I think the agenda was full, so I think that's forthcoming. But that was some good work by Paul Hartman, so that's going to help us all be on the same page when it comes to what are our expectations and hopes for student athletes and activities department. So look for that in the future. While I have the floor, I'm on the equity team. We met before the school board meeting this evening. We're formulating a draft plan for the next 3 to 5 years. And we're focusing, there's lots of equity issues, but we're focusing mainly on racial equity at this time. And we took a moment to pause at the end to just kind of reflect about what is it we're accomplishing. And I think it's notable that for a district our size, we are at the table having these discussions, creating an equity statement, we've created the equity team. We've created a really impactful 8th grade curriculum that is new this year, and the fact that we're committing to training over the next several years too. So I just wanted to report out briefly on that. And then just to remind you, if you're interested, MSBA is providing another opportunity to put your concerns with pandemic planning, COVID response, educational, sport activities. How are we all managing this? What are the challenges that we're seeing? So there is another call with the governor this Friday morning at 10 a.m. If you're able to make that, I believe it will not last more than an hour. And I can't remember if they're going to tape that so you can watch it later or see what those questions were that got asked. And that's all I have for that.
Thank you. I really appreciate the update on the equity team, especially Heidi, because I think it's important to talk about the steps that we're taking. We've all recognized that that's a huge undertaking, and it's something that we've been swirling around and around, but I'm glad that it's landed and we're making some great headway in that area. So thank you. Anybody want to share anything about negotiations at this point? Any updates from that?
I will mention that the custodial group did request mediation, and so we are lining up some potential dates to meet with them and a mediator assigned by the Bureau of Mediation Services. It's a really good process to go through, and so we hope that helps accelerate negotiations. Also, the food service group did submit a request for the board to consider an MOU to increase health insurance contributions starting January 1st. They do have a settled contract. This is the second year of that 2-year contract, but the request did come forth. And so we should at least talk about that in the non-negotiations committee meeting.
All righty. Any other board updates, board meeting updates? Holly?
I wanted to update on the technology committee that I attended. We haven't had a meeting in months, so it was fun to finally get together and hear all of the fantastic things that are going on. So I took notes because I think it's really important to know where our dollars are being spent in the technology world. First of all, there were several people on the committee, and I want to do a shout out to them, so bear with me. Meg LaHammer, Mike Pagel, Jody Bergeson, Charlie McLaughlin, Kevin Johnson, Tanisha Will, Katie Dunn, Julie Dahl, Isaac Metzik, Tony Kashi, Jody Barlow, Amy Pearson, and myself. And we met for almost 2 hours. And what they basically said was that of our referendum promises, we've kind of blown those out of the water with priorities 1 through 4, which is getting technology in the hands of all of the students, and then getting teachers laptops. So that was a 5-year plan, which we've already blown through. So we're at priority 4, which is ongoing training for all teachers to be able to access technology the way that they want to and the way that the students deserve. So one of the things that Mike has done as the director of technology, or the interim director of technology, however we want to label that, he's gotten technology teams in each of the buildings. And so teachers are able to access those teams, hopefully quicker than sending an email to him or Kevin Johnson about, or Charlie, even though what I've heard is that Charlie and Meg Lahammer and Julie have been around the clock, top notch in terms of answering questions for teachers and getting technology needs met. If something goes down, they're right on the call right away saying, oh, I can help you with this, I can help you with that. So it was really promising to hear that that team is working so well together, considering that's our biggest need right now. Curriculum wise, is delivering instruction through technology. Some of the things I did hear that we need a little help with is some of the Wonders curriculum in terms of the technology piece is a little cumbersome for some of the teachers. And so they're looking for the Wonders company to possibly have more training videos for the teachers, because it's hard to implement a brand new curriculum without being able to meet in real time to kind of talk through what everybody's doing. Like, how does this work? How does this work? How did you do that? So hopefully this, if they go into distance learning, that time can be spent a little bit with Wonders. They have, this is the last thing, but they've put together a bank of, Meg Lahammer has put together this like bank of where everything is in the district. It's phenomenal. Like, I don't even know if she has it down to mouses, but like the mice, but like this computer's here, this one's checked out here, this one's checked out there. So there's no longer this like vast, warehouse of all of this technology that nobody knows where it is and how much it is and who's accounting for it. They actually have it all serial numbered where it's at and who has it. And I think that's extremely important for cost effectiveness. So I was really impressed to hear that the team has they worked all summer on it, making sure that they categorized technology and also curriculum, because textbooks are expensive. And when you lose them, or when a couple go missing, it's a big cost, and we don't realize that in the day-to-day. So I just want to give a shout out to them. And I think that's it.
I'll back that up, Polly. I was at the high school this week and went into the IMC, and they are so meticulous about all the work that they're doing up there to keep track of everything, and everything's laid out so nicely, and they're working. They're just phenomenal. So thanks for highlighting that. Good. Thank you. Any other board reports that we would like to talk about or share? All right, seeing none, then I will turn it over to you, Superintendent Anderson, for the administrative reports.
At each meeting, I give a summary of the implementation of our education plan. I'm glad that Holly mentioned our work with technology. That's just one example of how we are fulfilling our referendum promises, even though we have COVID. And we're really proud of our efforts implementing the education plan. So you can see a much fuller explanation of how we're doing that work for this year. I'm just going to quickly go over a couple of things that haven't been highlighted during this meeting and are not in the implementation plan. First of all, Jess Whitcomb did issue a survey to teachers about their technology needs at the end of September. And so that information was processed and shared with different groups. One thing that Jess did is summarize each question, giving the positives, the shifts to consider, and then also next steps. And I thought that was exceedingly well done, because it was really easy to read and we could make decisions based on it. Holly talked about the building tech leads that are being funded using a grant from the Jones Family Foundation. We've also talked about the different kinds of training we're providing our teachers with technology. Jess has completed classroom walkthroughs at the elementary level to learn more about curriculum implementation and needs throughout the district. She's been focusing on Wonders 2020. It's a great best practice. It does not evaluate teachers in any way, but Jess is able to get that information, then share it out with the building principals. And so we can provide more support for teachers in terms of implementing 2 new curriculum, essentially. Last year we implemented My Math, and this year it's Wonders 2020. So it's a great way to get feedback and make enhancements. The technology department is reviewing technology options for a hybrid version of board meetings. I know that Dawn Wettern and her team did their work in terms of identifying that the middle school lunchroom would be the best area for that. And we just need to finish that work with Charlie so that we have that option of going to a hybrid version at some point. And really, the only other, 2 other things. There are bottles of water that are available to students in classrooms. Brent Lexfold indicated that usually 3 to 5 bottles are distributed each classroom each day, but teachers can request more if needed. So if kids are looking for water during the day because our drinking fountains are turned off, please have them talk to their teacher, ask for the bottles of water. If there aren't enough, the teacher can start requesting more on a regular basis. The best part, of course, about water, unlike milk, is that it can be stored at room temperature for future use. So we won't lose much material that way. And then finally, just want to recognize that the board did come up with 3 goal areas at our workshop session. First of all is to improve board training and communication, including orientation for board members, mentorship program, team building, and the use of some communication protocols. The second bulleted point was focusing on equity. And the third bullet point is implementing the education plan, including goals expressed in the plan. And that's all I have, unless you have some questions.
Go ahead, Holly.
Karsten, how come 6th grade isn't using Wonders?
Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion a year ago in terms of what grades to cover. And we weren't sure if it would be grades K through 4, K through 5, or K through 6. I think the 6th grade teacher team had a strong reading curriculum at that time. And so they wanted to stick with that. We've had some teacher turnover in that area. And so we may need to look at 6th grade Wonders in the future.
Do you think that could happen by maybe 2nd semester, looking at adding 6th grade?
That would be a question for Jess Whitcomb and probably Jackie Paradis. I know that we've talked about that possibility because we see the value in terms of a sequential curriculum. We're very pleased with the curriculum. And I think if it's implemented with fidelity, we're going to see some great strides in terms of academic achievement. And so let me circle back with Jackie and Jess and revisit that at our next meeting.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Heidi.
Oh, thank you. Karsten, I had a question. I had it under Operations Committee. I'm not sure why. No. But how are we doing with the application for educational benefits? I know that's still a struggle across the state, and I just wondered if we'd seen improvement with families filling that out because it triggers more dollars in different areas of the school district. And I know it's one of the pieces that school boards or association is going to go after at the legislature, saying, look, we know the kids are there, they just haven't filed the paperwork. Do you have any sense of where we're at, or can you circle back with that information at some other time?
And if I could add that they haven't filled them out, and some people may believe that there's no incentive for filling it out, because they are getting the free meals this year. That funding is critical to the success of our school district. Potentially, we could lose hundreds of thousands of dollars if we don't get those free and reduced lunch applications submitted, unless there's some changes at the legislative level. I know we're still down by at least 10% the last time I heard, but I don't want to quote a specific number because
Right.
there were some data entry issues. And so let me bring that up at the next time as well.
Well, and I wanted to point out the language because I think language is powerful there. And I've been saying the same term you used, which was the free and reduced lunch, but that keeps tying it to the meal plan. I like that phrase of educational benefits better because there are other hidden things that families maybe aren't aware of. It isn't just a lunch program, it's all other kinds of support. So maybe if we reframed that a little bit, maybe that would help us. I think it's still going to be a challenge, but I do like that language better about application for educational benefits. I think it really explains it in a better way forever, not just COVID circumstances. But as you said, it could result in the loss of lots of dollars for us. So if we could convince families that their kids will benefit still from this, it isn't just a food program.
Yeah, and the term educational benefits is the appropriate term, actually. For many years, it was called free and reduced lunch applications, but now they do use educational benefits. I did ask Brent Lexfold and Melinda Johnson to make phone calls to parents as necessary if our rates are significantly lower compared to last year. So I know that they've been sending out, they sent, I think, a mailing over the summer because that's what they typically do. They've also sent out some emails. We've asked our principals to send those emails out because oftentimes parents, will connect with principals as necessary. But the next layer is to really push on personal phone calls to ask parents to fill out those forms.
Very good. Thank you.
Arlen and then Holly in the queue.
Yeah, I hope I'm asking at the right time here. I thought we were going to be getting regular COVID updates at our meetings, and I don't see it, so I'm gonna defer it here to the administrator report. If you could maybe elaborate. I know we are getting access to the table that's released on Thursday, but maybe you could just kind of state a little bit about where we're at on that. And I've had some people express concern because our county COVID cases have been up considerably in the last few weeks or month. And if any other information is available on that, and if there's any other, I know we're limited with HIPAA on what we can disclose about what we have in our schools or anything, but we also been informed that there are a couple classes not taking part right now. So
yeah, thank you. There is the weekly update from Stay Safe Minnesota that talks about our particular county COVID rates. It's included as an attachment with the agenda under administrative reports. So it goes by county, and the latest copy of that shows us at a 19.04 rate. That's under the level of 20, which would recommend typically that elementary schools go into hybrid learning. Now, as you may remember, all that data is based on 2 weeks prior. So this is a report issued last Thursday, but it's for 2 weeks prior. Rates are increasing. I know it's subjective if it's increasing slightly or if it's increasing significantly. My impression is that they are increasing significantly at this time from week to week, and so we're closely monitoring that. And I don't want to guesses or at least share any guesses about what it might be next Thursday, but I would at least say that it will be likely significantly higher than the 19.04. So we'll find out for sure here in 3 days. Now there are a number of reasons for it that it's going to be going up significantly. One is that we did have free testing in Red Wing during that time period. So understandably, if you give more tests, there are going to be more positive results, and therefore your rates will go up. So we knew that that would happen to some degree, but that does not explain the increase. As you know, rates are increasing throughout the state of Minnesota. Red Wing is no exception. Goodhue County is no exception. And so, that's increasing. We're also anticipating an increase because of Halloween. And it's not necessarily the kids, although that's part of it. It's also the adults. That's a big part of it too. If people are gathering, especially inside without masks, without social distancing, this is what happens. And it's a great concern for me and for our team. So now those county rates are one really important factor. Other factors include the number of cases within our school district, especially by building. We have a great COVID response team that is collecting information, and then they do COVID contact tracing. They're very aggressive with that. As of this morning, my understanding is that we have had 0 cases where one person had a positive test result and passed it on to another person within the school setting. Now, at least that's the information that we've received. I mean, but I think that shows that we have really set up our plan exceedingly well in terms of mask wearing, social distancing, keeping Jefferson, splitting up the elementary classes, walking through the hallways at the high school. Every time I do it, I had nothing to do with it, but I'm amazed at how clever they were putting up the barricades and then having people walk certain paths. And that work has paid off. There is no doubt about it. I'm really proud of what our team has done. So 0 cases of transmission within the school setting, but there are a lot of links with the community, not only with parents, but with friends, with the high school kids hanging out in basements of their friends on Saturday nights, and you name it. It's happening. Yesterday, late afternoon, I did meet with the principals because we had recently learned that there were some cases that are positive COVID test results. One was at Burnside School and one was at Twin Bluff. And I'm not going to mention if they were staff members or students or parents or anything like that, because really the thinking is that we don't want the guessing game. We don't want people sharing information. This is private information and we want to be exceedingly careful about it. But I will say that when those cases come to us, we look at the contact tracing. If we're concerned that there may be a close contact, I tend to take a more cautious approach. At the elementary levels, that will likely mean that, let's say if a student or a staff member was in a elementary classroom and had a positive COVID, we found out later, then typically what I'll do for grades E through 4 would be to send the entire class to distance learning for a couple of weeks. In this case from yesterday, I went a step further. There were classrooms that had 0 people with confirmed positive cases of COVID. But just because I was concerned about some of the dynamics, within the building and, possible contacts, I did take an extra step, and in the end, all second grade classes at Burnside and at the middle and at Twin Bluff were sent to distance learning for 2 weeks, about 2 weeks. So again, that does not mean that there was a positive case in each one of those classrooms, but I thought it was prudent to take that action. So that's kind of where we are right now as far as COVID. Any questions about that or the decisions?
Just a follow-up, Carson. I don't know how, obviously, we had second grade in those two buildings go to distance learning. Did we report that to everybody in the building or, because I'm hearing some people said they didn't know anything about this happening. And then the rumors are going around, well, what's going on and everything else. And just from my perspective, I think it would be good to release that information that we're going to restrict have distance learning in second grade in these two buildings and put that out to the entire district that we're doing it. So it's supposedly some people found this out today and maybe they're uninformed, maybe they don't follow emails, maybe they were notified, but I hope we inform everybody in our district when that action is taken.
Yeah, yesterday we sent a message by phone and by email to just the second grade parents in those two buildings. In the future, though, if we're doing something like that, I think it's more prudent to send it to a wider audience to squelch some of the rumors. It might cause some gossip and some rumors, but people are going to be talking about it anyway, and so it would be better if I could just share it with all parents directly. So that's the plan moving forward. Today I was thinking about sending something out, but then I thought we should at least go through this board meeting in case there is some additional information to share. Then I can share it all at once. But I agree with you, Arlen.
Go ahead, Holly.
First of all, thank you, Arlen, because I wanted this to come up too, but I didn't know where to put it. So I'm glad that you started out the conversation. I appreciate that. Secondly, my question around the 2-week lag numbers. Do we have to follow those? Is that a statute? I could have missed this. To me, it seems more logical to follow current numbers than 2-week lag numbers. That's my first question. And my second question is, the free testing won't come on this week's results. That will come in the next 2 weeks' results, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So
and
what holds us to this 2-week lag testing instead of current numbers?
yeah, I wouldn't say that it holds us to anything. What we're doing internally is tracking COVID cases day by day. And so, Joni and Shonda and the county, have these charts where they're marking, how many kids, and then they can project where we are, at any given time. And so I think that's kind of where you're getting at, Holly. That's the latest, greatest information. I will say that a week or two ago, there were some estimates that were shared that were wrong. The estimates at that time were pretty much higher than where we ended up. And so, but we are monitoring that very carefully. I talk to Joni almost every day about not just school stuff, but also, those rising county rates. And you're right, the free testing would not have impacted the rate that we had last Thursday, and if so, it was very minimal, depending on when they took the test and got the results, but it would be a minimal increase. That might show up though this coming Thursday, but that's not the only reason why those rates are going up.
So can we stop using the 2-week lag data and start using more current data?
Oh, I think we need to use both data points. And one thing I asked Vicki from the county today is, I want her estimate as far as what the county COVID rate will be on this Thursday, just to verify kind of all the practices that are taking place. So we know for sure that all the data that we're getting is as accurate as possible.
Did we talk about at one point putting it up on our website, like keeping people informed of, I know that something was brought up and an email was sent out by Lisa, but I know some districts actually put like something up on their website so families can stay informed. Because I'm a believer that if we know, we can do more, we can prepare differently than if we don't know and families are hit with it. Oh, by the way, we're going in distance learning in 2 days because these are the numbers. Well, wait, the board said the numbers were, oh, but that's on a 2-week lag. To me, that's really confusing.
Yeah, and I know, I guess I haven't seen it, but I've also heard that there are some school districts that have the scorecard. And, I've talked to other superintendents who are really leery of doing something like that, for a variety of reasons. First of all, then the comparisons start with other data points. And so people are wondering, well, what's really going on? Who's lying? Who's covering stuff up? And then there's conjecturing about which child or which staff member has COVID at the school. If we, send letters out to parents every time there's a particular case. And so there are arguments both ways. Instead, at least so far, our tact has been, if there's someone with COVID, let's say, then we will determine who is close contact with that particular person, and then we inform the parents whenever that's the case. So it's kind of the scalpel approach, so that we contact those people who need to pay special attention to what's happening with their child in the classroom or at home.
Would it be difficult to do for Joni and Shonda and Dawn to look at a website every morning and say, these are the 2 week ago numbers, this is what the state is reporting, and this is what we are reporting in health? Would that be a difficult thing to do?
2 weeks ago, I would have said yes, it was difficult. Now it's easier because they are keeping those numbers. But a lot of times, it takes the state a couple of weeks to process that information. And so they make those revisions. And so the numbers probably won't match exactly. The issue, though, is, are we getting to levels that would warrant hybrid or distance learning for the elementary kids or distance learning for the older kids? That's really what the issue comes down to. I'm hesitant to start putting those numbers out there because it's going to be a judgment call on a lot of different factors, and that's one of them. Those are, well, the 2 week rates as well as our current numbers are two really important factors, but so are the school numbers. So are the location of those numbers. For example, if there's an outbreak in a nursing home in a different community, that will increase the overall county rate, but it may not impact Red Wing kids specifically. So, the data is shifting, and some of the parameters are changing. So I'm hesitant to do that.
What would make you go in that direction?
I think, I'm a former math teacher, and so I like to know, that the data that we're looking at is accurate and consistent, and it's definitely getting that way. I think the county has good processes set up. It seems like the state, has good processes, and I'm very confident in our team here. And so that would be one step, and then I'd really need to know from the board if that's something that the board wants posted on a regular basis. But I think there are positives to that, but there are also negatives, and so we have to go into it, eyes wide open.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
Listening to the governor's or the task force presentations, not on a daily basis, but every day that they do it, they preface it by saying that sometimes some of the numbers are higher than they would have been because they're catching up with cases that were diagnosed previously. So to do it on a daily basis, you're not getting a necessarily accurate number. They'll miss 4 cases, or there will be, processing delays, data entry delays, whatever, and you won't have a necessarily accurate number. I would assume that's why they are putting out these 2 week ones, so they're more sure of those numbers as opposed to trying to do it on a daily basis on something that's fluctuating and that's counting on no human error in the entry. But yeah, I don't know. Just what I just wanted to say that they say they're constantly adding things in and that are lagging from previous weeks.
I was thinking Carson's math brain would say with a standard deviation of 3. Like you can put, that's where I was going with that person. Like, well, I could put that out there, but the standard deviation is like 2.8. You know, by math.
Right.
What's the margin of error, though?
Right.
You know, kind of tied to what Holly suggested. You know, I could mark up an easy to read chart, and you know, just kind of work internally to see what that would look like, how accurate it is, and what some of the positives and negatives are. So at least if we decide that we want to do something like that, at least it's ready to go. So, and I could certainly talk to the COVID response team to see what that could look like. You know, and in some ways it would be really helpful, you know, to have kind of a standard document just internally, just so that we get the quick snapshot exactly where we are. You know, because that saves us time, because every time we meet, you know, we're double checking the numbers and okay, was that included back here or not? You know, that kind of thing. So
yeah.
I'd be willing to do that with our COVID team.
So you can update us at least.
Yeah, or at least give a summary.
Yeah. The math department might help too, or the social studies department, if they track this pandemic in the country. Is it going away, like Jim said, in 3 days, or is it going to continue? I'm teasing Jim.
Well, I think you can't have too much information right now to make good decisions. I think looking at all the talking points and the data and the numbers is, you know, good. More information is helpful at this point. Also, as I was looking at the MSBA website, they've got some really good guidance there right on their front page. What you've described, Carson, is what they call the scalpel approach to making decisions about your school district individually, because, you know, we're very different than Casson or, you know, Mazeppa, Zumbrota. What's happening in Lake City or, you know, on the western side of Lake City is very different than, you know, what's happening here. So I think it's really important to take a look at that, and also to keep track of, you know, our kids coming to school and sharing that virus here, or are we keeping it out of our buildings? And I'm very glad to know that we've got some good processes in place to be able to trace that very accurately and well. So thank you for that. Other COVID comments or response? No. All right, let's move on in our agenda then. This has been a very great and helpful conversation. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Anything that we need to pull from the consent agenda? No? Any changes, additions, nothing?
Madam Chair, I'd just still like to have I'd like to just pull the minutes from the last meeting and the board workshop just for comment, since you can't do it during here now, so.
Pulling the minutes.
From the last meeting and for the board workshop.
And board meeting. Okay. From 10. All right. So do I have any other discussion on the consent agenda? All right.
Mike will make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the minutes pulled from the last 2 meetings.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Holly. Okay. Any other discussion? All right. As you can hear my clock chime 8 bells. The motion on the table is to approve the consent agenda minus the minutes from the workshop and the board meeting. Made by Mike, seconded by Holly. We'll start Starting with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that agenda passes 7-0. All right, discussion on the minutes.
I've brought this up before, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody. Just a couple of questions on things. Am I talking or am I muted? Oh, you hear me. Good.
We can hear you.
Good. I just think it kind of came in light to the last meeting when we were talking about evaluations and where the minutes, how clear they are in that. I just want to question. I just like to have more in-depth minutes than what we have. It's not, I'm not trying to pick on anybody. I'm not that at all, but I just think we try to go back later and try to find out what we're looking for. By having a little bit more in-depth will help us, especially in the board workshop. I thought those were pretty generic. So I just wanted to share that. Maybe somebody can give maybe Superintendent Anderson can state, does Lisa do some of these minutes or any of these minutes of all the committees or the boards?
Yes, she does. Except
What does she do?
I think I don't think she does finance committee because Jackie does those, and then Lisa drafts the board minutes, the workshop minutes, as well as the other committees that I used to do.
I just think I just like to see us more information, helps future people coming on the boards too. So
yeah,
I'll just leave it at that.
The only thing is with the like the regular meeting minutes, I know that others generally suggest that we try to keep it at just the motions that are actually made and then the votes in favor and against, just because that's the action of the board. And so if we start going into more detailed explanations about each item, about what Jim thinks or Holly thinks, first, that's not the purpose of the actual minutes. And it can also be very, very subjective, and that can lead to all sorts of issues.
Okay, but that's not
Workshop
what I'm
might
asking
be
for.
different.
But that's not what I'm asking for.
What are you asking for?
Just a little bit more in depth. Is the motion made to accept donations? Why don't we list them?
Oh,
that's a nice thing to do.
Sure.
Request for land lease. What land are we leasing? Rental guidelines. Okay, we approved scenario 2. What is scenario 2? I mean, somebody's got to go back and look. I mean, some little things. I'm not asking to say he said, she said type thing, but give the information so people don't have to dig around so much and look around for things.
Well, we also have a video record of just about every meeting we have too. So we actually have 2 records now since we've gone to taping. So the minutes, we usually just keep, like Carson said, to the, that's what the clerk training was, just what the vote was. And then we also have the video record that people can just click on a streaming meeting too.
And dig through 2, 3, 4, 5 hours of meeting to try to find it. So
Well,
anyway, I'm not here to argue or debate it. I'm just saying I think we'll look down the road and next year we'll just look at getting more in depth. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I'm using a different device tonight, and it's hard to keep finding that mute button, so I apologize. Any other comments on the minutes that you would like to share? Anybody? Do we need a separate motion to accept the minutes then?
Mike will make that motion.
Mike will make that motion. And who would like to second it?
Arlen seconds.
All right. Motion made by Mike to accept the minutes. Arlen seconds. Any other discussion? All right. We'll take a roll call vote.
I'll just say, I was looking through the minutes, and having the minutes referencing what we've been doing is it's like all you have to do is go back to the previous meetings agendas to find out what they are. What resolution 2 is and who we gave those things to. It's almost it's just doubling the effort putting the stuff out, although it might be handy to do so that maybe if you put a link on it, then it could flip right back to it. But so far, our board books are not exactly that slick. Just my opinion. Ready.
I
Ready to
like
vote.
the idea of a link. We'll work on that. All right, we'll start the roll call vote with you, Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
We're voting on the minutes. Aye.
Both minutes, yep.
Yep. And Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
No.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 6-1. Next item on the agenda is the resolution accepting donations and grants. Superintendent Anderson, would you like to present on that?
I'm trying to call it up here on my screen and I'm stuck right now. Would you mind just covering them real quick, Pam?
Yep, I have them. Sergeant's Nursery donated $250 for the Innovative Learning at Sunnyside. Phillips S. Duff Jr. Endowment Fund of the St. Paul and Minnesota Foundation donated $10,000 for the Artist in Residency program. Sarah Bonser donated some scooters to the rehab, valued at $640. And the Jones Family Foundation donated $53,290 for virtual training and the 16 building technology leads. Absolutely amazing to read that list. Very humbling.
Yeah, and I know earlier in the meeting there was a presentation about the technology work and the days to prepare teachers for the next step. And without the donation from the Jones Family Foundation, it would be a struggle to find the resources to pay for it. So they're paying for the building leads. They're paying for the virtual learning pack that we've talked about. They really stepped up as they always do for the school district. So appreciate that. And then also the Duff Foundation, the $10,000 donation kind of is paired with the Red Wing School Foundation. And both of those together paid for Wing Huey's work with the Perspectives class, as well as a staff development opportunity here for all teachers before the beginning of the school year. So, and I don't know if you've had a chance to be downtown, but there are some posters in many of our businesses. Hold on just a second. Oh, it's really hard to see here. I'm sorry, but here's an example of a poster. It's called the Chalk Talk that Wing Huey does. And he has a national presence, by the way. He lives in Minneapolis, but has strong connections with the Anderson Center and Red Wing Arts. And so we're thrilled to land him. But the eighth graders go through this particular work where they're learning about themselves and their own biases with the thought that you need to understand yourself before you can work really well with others. And so as part of that, they do a chalk walk where they talk about something important to them, on a chalkboard essentially. And so you see things like this throughout the community in various businesses. And I walked downtown not too long ago and just looked at the pictures of our eighth graders and some of the comments they made, and it was really impactful. Wing is coming back, I believe, each quarter. Well, I know he's going to be working with all eighth graders, during the year, and I think it's each quarter that he's working with the class. And once again, it's because of the Red Wing School Foundation as well as the Duff Foundation that we were able to provide that opportunity. And it's just been an amazing learning experience for our 8th graders and for the staff. So again, thank you to those organizations. Once again, Dave Lewis from Sargent Nursery, he was on the agenda at another time too. He made another donation instead of buying things through fundraisers, but he donated it to a different school. So that's why you see Sargent Nurseries a second time.
And our many thanks to all of those groups for their tremendous support and partnership with the district. Thank you. I'm looking for a motion to pass this resolution.
Motion to approve with a comment?
Yep.
Second.
Motion made by Jim, seconded by Holly. Any other discussion?
Me?
All right, we'll take
I
a
had
roll
a comment.
call.
I had a
Oh,
comment
yes,
I wanted
right,
to make.
go ahead. Yep.
Madam Chair, if you remember
Yep,
that?
go ahead.
Just so I went to school with a Philip Duff. I can't remember if he was a junior or not. So another, I'm pretty sure it probably is. So another Red Wing graduate coming through with a nice donation back to the school here. So I haven't had contact with Phil for many, many years. So hope he's doing well. So thank you.
Actually,
We'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Derricks to accept the resolution and donations of grants.
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
And Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
One chair votes aye. Passes 7-0. Thank you again. All right, the next thing on our agenda is the policy 535. Superintendent Anderson.
Sorry, I'm having problems with my computer today. We'll see if I can access it. We've had some inquiries in terms of using service animals within the school district. And so, obviously we want to provide that service to those who need it. But we also want to, set up particular guidelines for the use of service animals. And so I did look at the Minnesota School Board Association website, and then there is a policy for service animals in schools. So I'm including that for your review. Typically, there's a first reading, second reading, and then approval. But because of the immediate inquiries, the suggestion is to have an immediate approval, which means that it would last for 1 year. And during that time, the policy committee would go through a review and then take it to the board for those 3 times for review. So anyway, the suggestion is to approve policy 535 as presented.
So many of you know that in my professional life, this is what I do for a living. Is I have a therapy dog program in the hospice world, and we train therapy animals to go out and visit. And so I do significant training in the community about the difference between service dogs and therapy dogs. There's a big difference. Service dogs are dogs that perform a specific job, and they usually are specially trained up to $35,000 to $50,000 for training of an animal, and they have a specific job to do. They might be guides for the visually impaired, for hearing, seizure dogs, psychiatric issues, autism. They specifically are trained. And all of the things in the policy are really good to talk about service animals up until point number 10. Number 10 starts to talk about, well, all other dogs that aren't service animals. And that's where I get very concerned because it says if it's not about service animals anymore, that's non-service animals. And I get very concerned about non-service animals because non-service animals mean they are pets. They are not specifically trained. They are not coming to do a specific job. And I think we need more guidance around what we want to allow in the buildings. It just says to reasonably accommodate the students' access to the school district's programs and activities. So what does that mean? Do we allow somebody's cat to come in because they're going to be able to do better schoolwork because the cat's there? What do we have? Vaccination history? Do we have specific protocols for, at the very least, all of these dogs that come in should pass a canine good citizen test so that we know that they can sit, stay down, calm on command. They should have a minimum requirement of vaccinations. So I'm very concerned about number 10 and number 11, the same thing for employees. Right now, there's such little regulation out in the world about non-service animals. You can go on the internet right now and you can say, I've got a psychiatric need. You can pay $100 to any program on the internet. You can get a piece of paper that says, yep, I need my service animal to be able to function. And then you can take that, my pet. And that's how people get pets on planes. Anyway, I could go on and I'm not going to, but I'm concerned about 10 and 11. So I can pass this policy, but I cannot pass number 10 or 11. And then who's in the queue? Holly, were you next? Go ahead.
Long time ago, but not too long ago, I worked in a program for students with special needs, severe special needs. And one of my students brought his pet rats to school because they were his therapy rats, and he snuck them in his travel container and brought them into the classroom, in which everybody was like, I want to touch the rats. And, they were trying to let the rats out of the cage, and it caused a colossal meltdown. People were, they were allergic or they were terrified of rats, or they had so it was comical at the time for us just because he snuck the rats into school. But the big picture was that we had to have stipulations around how you bring animals in and what certifies that for a variety of reasons. You may have a guinea pig, it's really cute, but that doesn't mean somebody's not going to have a reaction to it in some way. So to prepare people that animals are coming in. So I agree, it should be stricter. It should have more strength to that piece. But I love animals in the building when it's okay.
100%. And I think we are also setting ourselves up for some liability issues. The dogs that we use within our therapy program in hospice, they all are registered through a national registry that provides liability insurance. So God forbid a dog bites somebody, what's the liability of the school? So I think we need to also, if people have an assistance dog or they should at the very least have some liability insurance coming with them. And that's not hard to do, but it is possible. And I think we need to be careful. Service dogs are covered. So we don't have to worry about that piece. And also service dogs are highly trained. So I think it's highly unlikely. Now it's not impossible, but highly unlikely that a service dog would come in and bite a child. Not saying it's not possible, but they're very, very well trained. Arlen.
Yeah, I have some major concerns trying to rush a policy through just like this. I am assuming there must have been a request from somebody to prompt this to come about the way it is. I'm curious what policies are in place in other school districts around us and the education district. Because of the concerns that I'm hearing, liability and everything, I want to be responsive if there's a need, which I assume there is for somebody right now. But yet we've existed for over 100 years as a school district without this policy and trying to push it through. on the spur of the moment, what I consider spur of the moment. I'm just having a hard time of approving it tonight.
And by the way, I did text Sherry Johnson, who's obviously very knowledgeable about the special education and Section 504 requirements. This policy, except for a couple of minor editing changes, is completely based on the Minnesota School Board Association policy. So they've had legal review. Anyone who has this, almost anyone with this policy, it would be very similar in this regard. And I think, and let's see if Sherry can join us. Hopefully she can. I think approving the policy actually provides some protections to the school district so that we can limit what is coming into the school buildings. But we can. Oh, here comes Sherry. Thank goodness.
Good evening,
Hi.
everyone.
Hi, Sherry. Have you been listening to the board meeting by chance, or did I just pull you away from something?
I listened for about the first maybe 40. I listened to the Jess and George proposal for the 5 days, and after that, I logged out. So you'll have to catch me up.
Well, we're talking about policy 535, service animals in school.
Mm-hmm.
And because we've had some inquiries into the possible use of animals. And so, I think understandably there's a question about why should we allow why should we allow non-service animals as an accommodation for employees or included in a IEP and or Section 504 plan? Can we not allow it?
So we are allowed to ask the 2 questions that are on the policy and also on that form. So we can ask if the dog is trained and, oh, I'm blanking. What's the second one? I don't have it in front of me. So
is it the specific task?
And the specific task it is to do. And then based on that, we can determine if we think that that's a legitimate task that needs to be done during the day. The animal or staff member, or that's right, the student or the staff member would also need to be in control of the animal. So they have to either have the animal on a leash, or there's some instances where that wouldn't be the case, but that would be because of the particular disability. And we would know that. And they have to be able to care for the animal. So we aren't required, for instance, to have a staff member that takes the animal out to go to the bathroom. Now, I would say many school districts over the past maybe 5-6 years have adopted this policy. That's why MSBA has gone to the extent it has to create this policy and really make sure that it's following the legal standards. I really like the form because it has people spell out, and it's very consistent from person to person. It also, we had a request last year, I'm not sure if you'll remember, to have a therapy dog at Sunnyside. And then, of course, COVID hit and we put that all on delay. So it just starts to put some parameters around how we would go about doing this if the request were made.
What happens if we don't have a policy, Sherry, in terms of the IEP or Section 504 process?
Even if we don't have a policy in place, if there is a request, we will have to determine whether that, whether we feel the dog is trained and that there's a need for it in the school. If there's activities that the student would need help with, it's clear we can't say no to a therapy dog. We can ask those 2 questions. Is it trained or what specific activities it is there to do? But regardless of whether we have the policy, we may have to follow the accommodation, which is why I would encourage you to have a policy so that we're clear and consistent with every person if we would have more than one request. About a year ago, another one of my districts had requests, and I think that's it. So it isn't well used.
Oh, I
Or-
think we definitely need a policy, but I think it needs to be more strict, especially with number 10 and 11. Jeannie, did you have?
Yep. And so I guess I'd go a little bit further on the strictness. And again, I'm all in favor of a service animal, but in section 4, letter D, an individual with a disability may not be required to provide documentation such as proof that the animal has been certified, trained, or licensed as a service animal. And to me, that I think we have to have it be required that that documentation is there. So I guess I was really confused at that.
And that is coming out of the federal law. That's the ADA law. That's specific language within that law. So we, if the law says that we can't ask for it, I'm not sure that we can go beyond what the federal law says and ask for it. But we can certainly consult with our attorney to ask, to have them work with us on what specific documentation we can ask for. I think that's a great idea. And Kirsten and I, Mr. Anderson and I had already talked about doing that if we get the request.
What we could do, Sherry, is what if we just withdrew the policy consideration today and brought it back in 2 weeks, and then we can answer some of these questions, or perhaps somebody from MSBA or our attorney could at least address some of these questions.
We can do that. The board should know that we have had a request that came forward to a team in school of a student who has a disability. And so we will have to respond to that request before your next board meeting. We've already put it off, I believe, 2 weeks. But that doesn't mean we can't ask the advice of legal counsel in the meantime and follow that as we're waiting to go forward to the board.
Mike, you're in the queue.
Do so.
Me.
Sorry.
Oh, I was way behind Janie back 10
Oh,
minutes,
gosh,
15
I'm so
minutes
sorry,
ago.
Heidi. It gets muddled up in there.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
A lot of us wanted to talk. So Janie, I think we're not reading it as closely as we could on 4D. You brought up that question. I think this district can ask for the documentation, but what they're saying is you can't have an employee wandering around saying during the day, we've already, they've put in a request, the district's approved it, they filed the paperwork. Employees don't really get to go up to kids and say, do you really need that? I think that, and whip out that documentation like right now. I think that's what they're restricting. And because that goes into some privacy issues. So I think at the district level, we get the documentation we need, but each employee does not have the right. You're very restricted to what you can ask of students with their health plans, their disability issues and stuff. You can't just ask any question you want. So I think we're covered there in the way that you would want to see documentation. I do too, but employees just walking around can't do that. One of my concerns is with section 9 also. So say you have a person who needs this accommodation and you're saying allergies and fear of animals. So if you approve the service animal and they're in a classroom, so what accommodation is made for the child who does have an allergy? Do they get how do we address that fallout? Because it's clearly stated here that's not a reason to deny a service animal. However, it's not fun to keep showing up and sneezing your eyes out every day where school becomes a miserable experience for another student because there's an animal there. How do districts address that situation?
We would have to move one of the two students, and there'd be a number of variables that would go into that. I'm not going to say we'll move this one all the time or this one. Right. I think we'd look at the whole setup and make that determination so that both students can have a successful experience. This isn't unlike, we have a number of staff, or I guess even students, that have needed accommodations due to COVID. And so we make that determination, and then what we can say to building principals is, we have the staff or student, this is the accommodation we need to make, but we can't go into the details about what the medical condition is, for instance. And we don't want, let's say it's a student who has we don't want every staff member to then go up and start asking a student why they're doing it differently. So we share information that there's an accommodation that's been approved, but we can't go into those details. Good question. But yes, we would, if there were students that were allergic, we'd find a way to work around that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Who else did I miss in the queue? We got Holly
Mike.
with the rats. Arlen? Mike?
My suggestion, Pam, would be to entertain a motion to postpone approval of policy 535 until November 16th, regular meeting.
Yep, I think that's a great suggestion. Mike, did you have anything to add in that?
Pretty much we're well beyond whatever I could have added to it. So, but
in the meantime, I'll
service
come back and I'll make sure we have any questions you have answered.
Yeah, and a service animal is a dog or a miniature horse, and that's it. That's the limit. How did they decide on that? I really don't want to know. Okay, thanks.
I just would encourage you to think about what your policies and procedures are. I'm not asking about should we ask if they should need a service dog or not. But if you're bringing a support animal into the building or a therapy dog, what are you going to require? What is your bottom threshold of requirements? Do they have to have what vaccinations? Are they going to come with any liability insurance through any of the 3 major carriers that do therapy dog work in the United States? Those companies also require that your dog has the canine good citizens, so we know they have good manners. What if the dog barks all day long and is disruptive? We need to have policies and procedures in place that clearly state this is what our expectations are. If you have not a service animal, but a therapy dog, because that's what 9 and 10 are talking about, or 10 and 11, excuse me. Those aren't service dog clauses. Those are therapy dog animals. There's a difference between service dogs and therapy dogs, completely different. So I would just
some of
encourage
those animals,
some very clear parameters on policies and procedures for support animals.
And if the animal is disruptive, that is cause to say the animal cannot return. So that we know some of those answers already. And so we can spell those out a little bit better.
Yeah, I think we need to. All right, let's.
Are the service animals also restricted to dogs and horses?
What's that?
Are the therapy animals also restricted to only
Oh
dogs
gosh,
and horses?
no, at the University of Minnesota, they have a therapy chicken that visits students. So, yep. Not lying, you can't make this stuff up. And the rats, they're real too. Yep, I get it.
I have one.
All right, so can I have a motion to table this policy?
So
actually, Pam, a point of order. I think there's no sense of, there's not an urgent reason to lay it on the table. And so I think the appropriate motion would be to postpone consideration of policy 535 until the November 16th meeting.
Perfect.
I
agree.
In the queue.
What's
This is
that?
Arlen. I was in the queue.
Arlen, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just prior to Carson coming in there, I was gonna ask, do we need to take action tonight or do we just take no action tonight and then it'll be brought back to us when it's ready to come back?
Yeah, that's an option as well.
What do you prefer, Carson?
I have zero preference. So, I know that in the past, what we've done is if we didn't take action on a particular item, then we could bring it back November 16th or at a special session or, a meeting in December. So it probably gives us more flexibility. So I think that'd be the best way to go. It's just not to take action, and with the understanding, of course, that we'll bring it up at a upcoming meeting. We might bring it up at an upcoming meeting.
That sounds great.
Okay, I will not make a motion then.
Perfect. Anything else on this topic? No action taken. So we'll move on in our agenda. Business item 4.2, the Voluntary Employee Benefit Association Plan.
And Jackie will present information about this.
All right, in your packet, you had some pros and cons of moving our HRA plan we have with Health Partners right now to a VIBA account with the Southeast Service Co-op. We discussed this a little bit at our LMC meeting in October. I did some further research and sent information out to the LMC again around the middle of October. And now we have some drafted MOUs for you to consider. All our bargained groups have language specifically designated that they're $75 a month, and then their wellness incentives go into an HRA account. This language would change any references in those bargained contracts from HRA to VIBA. The reason we're looking at a VIBA instead of an HRA is it is more secure for the employees. It would put their money into a trust instead of just sitting in a bank account, which is still in the district's name. So the money basically goes into a trust in the name of the employee. The employee has options to invest those funds and earn some interest. Any money that is currently with Health Partners would be moved into the trust with Southeast Service Co-op. Those are some of the highlights. The reason we chose a trust with the Southeast Service Co-op versus doing the trust on our own is the trust with Southeast Service Co-op is already set up. So we would save the $1,500 setup fee. And also their trust has a grandfather provision in it that allows beneficiary. New trusts do not have that grandfather option, and employees would not be able to choose a beneficiary for the funds should they pass away before they are used up. Are there any questions? Anything I missed? I think I saw Jim's name in the queue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Just make sure I'm reading this right. For members, participants have the ability to invest in mutual funds if they choose, so a fee of $1.50 per month applies. Is that if they choose to be in mutual funds or not? Either way, is there a $1.50 a month fee?
It is only if they choose to invest in mutual funds.
Okay, thank you.
You know, maybe if I can just add, this was a big topic because of our health insurance changes. So Jackie, wouldn't you agree with that? And Karsten? And I would say that our health consultants, you know, have talked about how great this program was. And you know, in general, I'd say this is a really good plan that they have touted. I don't know, Karsten and Jackie, if you want to share that, but I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that too.
Yep, our Intelligence is highly recommending this. They are seeing about 90% of the government entities that they work with use a VIBA over an HRA for some of the reasons outlined in the document.
One thing, Jackie, is that, or was somebody else in the queue by chance? Okay. One thing, Jackie, is that I'm not sure if all the certified bargaining groups are on board with changing to a VIBA. What is the drop dead date for having all parties agree to such a change?
In order for us to get open enrollment materials out via mail to the retirees, Further's the third party that administers this trust would like us to have a decision by the end of this week or Monday at the latest, so they can prep materials for us.
So in other words, if we did approve something like this tonight, we could have the caveat that that it's all contingent on all parties agreeing to it by Friday, November 6th, for example, or whatever the date is on Friday.
Yes.
Arlen's in the queue, and then Jim.
Yeah, first off, I will be abstaining on this vote due to a conflict of interest. I'm a little reluctant to make any comments here. However, I've never been a fan of a health reimbursement account. The health savings account system that we used before was so much better, in my opinion, than the HRA, but I don't know if obviously that's probably not an option or would have been out there. So, that's where I'll leave it. I will be abstaining.
Yeah, just Arlen's comment, the HSA we had prior, because of how the benefits work with the clinic, the HSA is no longer an option as long as we have the Well at Work clinic for tax reasons.
And Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also be abstaining because my wife participates in this plan. So just two things. I agree with Arlen. Being somebody who chaired the county's insurance program for many, many years, HSA is a nice program. I understand the reasons why we can't. I get that. She's absolutely right. You can't do it because of that. So it's all or nothing. So this board's decision tonight is not binding to go forward if one or two groups choose not to. Is that what you're saying?
We could end up having to open up two different types of accounts if not all groups are in agreement because of current contract language.
And okay, if that happens, I suggest you would bring that back to the board because ultimately we should be making the decisions to go forward with this Viva plan. I get it. You need MOUs. Thank you.
Other comments or questions?
I'll make one.
Go ahead, Heidi.
And I'm sorry, I'm having computer issues. I can't seem to load these documents in my board book. So I'll make a motion that we go ahead with the VEBAs, the VIVAs, with the understanding that we have to create MOUs with bargaining groups and the superintendent.
Janie will second it.
Any other comments? If not, then we'll take a roll call vote on that motion on the table, starting with Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Abstain.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Abstain.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 5 yeas and 2 abstain. Good, thank you. All right, now, superintendent evaluation. We'll open that back up for more discussion on if we want to close the session and have a conversation about the evaluation, or if you'd like to move it to the next meeting.
So Pam, this is Heidi. My question is, so is there a summary document that you said there was a 20-page document that put everybody's, the ratings together and then listed all the comments?
Yes.
Were you, typically in the past, I think we've done in the old days before we had virtual meetings and in the early days of implementing the superintendent evaluation process, I believe we collated all of that and then handed out a paper copy during the closed session. So they're really, because it is kind of, it's personnel data on the superintendent, it's evaluation. I think we wanted to be really respectful of how that information got shared. And then I can't remember if we've had a link now that we, have updated our process, if we've had a link that we were connected to a virtual, document that listed all of those things. So I, without having access, I guess, to either, that summary document, that was part of the discussion, was to see, the comments. And that we had, when we all shared that rating system, so we knew kind of where it all tallied out as a whole. Because I remember graphs that said, well, 2 people gave a green light, 3 people gave a yellow light, and 2 people didn't know or how to address that question. So I think without that information in front of us, I think it will be difficult to go forward.
And that has all been sent to you after the meeting started. So we do have that. You should have that in your email. Okay. Right. And you're exactly right, Heidi. That isn't something that we have traditionally sent out prior to a meeting because of the sensitivity of the matter. And the whole point of having the valuation in a closed session is for us to discuss each of those items as a board together. So I guess that's where I was coming from. Arlen, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you. You said the information has been sent out now since the meeting started. If it has been sent out, I guess, like Heidi said, what's the sense of going to the meeting and talking about it if you don't have the information to decide what you want to talk about? And if we're going to spend 10 minutes or 15 minutes reviewing the information, reading it at the meeting before we start talking to each other, I just think it's not a real good use of our time, and I'd rather see us wait 2 weeks.
Yeah, this is Mike. I'd say I opened the email, and there's a lot of information in there, and it's not collated the way it was in previous superintendent reviews where individuals' comments were all in one place. In this one, each one is an individual page or an individual packet of people's comments. And so it's difficult to, I think it would be difficult to go through it tonight.
Okay. How do we want to handle that? Do we want to just take no action, Superintendent Anderson, and bring it back to the next meeting, just like we did on the policy?
Yeah, it could be identical. If we don't take action, on it, then we can just bring it back 2 weeks from tonight on the 16th.
Perfect. I'm fine with that. Anybody else have any comments?
Sounds good.
Okay. All right.
Are there any protections, Carson, or Pam, about sharing this information? I mean, it's here, but what are the data practices around this packet of information? Can anyone clarify that for me before we move on?
Yeah, it is private personnel data about me, and so information cannot be shared with others.
Okay.
Now, after we have the evaluation take place, then of course at the next regular meeting there's a
summary.
Summary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So then the next item on our agenda was to talk about opening negotiations, but perhaps we'll just handle that the way we just did the last 2 items and take no action on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to have them ordered, but my preference would be to do the same with that possibility or with that particular item.
Yep. Sounds good. All right, then the final agenda item is future topics and upcoming meetings.
Arlen put his name in.
I'm sorry?
Just now.
Arlen, okay, Arlen, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was a little slow, but I just like to make a comment on the negotiations. Regardless of what takes place, I am not in favor of entering into any negotiations until the new board is seated. And I'm going to put that out right now because we are going to have at least 3 board, well, I suppose there could be a write-in, but we're going to have at least 3 new board members. And I think to negotiate, I guess negotiating is one thing, but to usually negotiate to finalize a contract, and to go about doing that when a board may be on board with it or may not be on board with it is just not the thing to do with the turnover we're going to have going into next year. And if this board makes a decision that is not consistent with what a future board wants, it's going to be very chaotic. And I just think it makes sense to wait on negotiations until after the first of the year.
Yeah, and I'll respond, but waiting until the first of the year means that there'll be 3 or 4 new board members, and it will take months for us to get into a routine of working together, of hearing multiple perspectives, and board members understanding who I am and how I do things, and vice versa. And I just think it's a bad thing for the board and the district and the superintendent to wait several months until a decision is made. And one reason that the timing is better for me now rather than later is, if there was another option for me now, it would be much better for me to know one way or the other. If the board wants me to stay for another contract. So, we can wait a couple of weeks and see what happens. But I, if you don't want me, just say so. And I've said that before. But it'd be nice just to know one way or the other. I think it's better for everyone.
Well, and I think I'd like to remind this board that when we changed the timings of all of our evaluations for the year, the reason we did May and November is specifically because if you do the full evaluation in November, the timing lines up perfectly with whether you want to continue with negotiations. And if not, it gives our superintendent time to search for another job. It's the beginning of the year is when school districts start looking for new administrators. And so that was part of the thinking and the decision in changing the timeline. And also it gives us time as a board that if we wanted to go searching, we're not going to want to start looking for a superintendent in June to start July 1st. That makes 0 sense. We want to have somebody on board, ready to go before we get too far into the next year. So that's what I recall from our conversation and the whole reason behind why we switched the timeline. It makes perfect sense. It makes much more common sense to do an evaluation and then decide based on that information, do we want to extend a next contract to the superintendent or not? If we don't, then we have plenty of time. We're setting ourselves up for a better position to find a good candidate if we no longer want to go with this superintendent. It is in our best interest to have this timeline. That is what we've decided as a board. And it's in Karsten's best interest. We owe it to him to cut him loose if that's the decision that we make, so that he has a chance to put his name in pools for other districts and other jobs. He cannot do that in February, March, April, and try and find a job in a couple of months. So it's in our best interest to move on that. Holly, you're back in the queue.
No.
No. Okay.
I'm not first though.
Amy was next.
Yeah,
I
there's
think.
several in front of me, but I've been going back and forth with my thoughts. So
sorry, Jim. Gosh,
you know what? My queue keeps going down, so I have to.
Heidi's in front of me. So
who's next?
Madam Chair, Heidi's
Janie.
board member Chair
Janie's
is in front of me.
Oh, okay, thank you, Jane.
That's okay, but
village to do this job.
I think Pam said it, so I won't reiterate, but I really feel you guys, for our students and for our staff, we have to make a decision, and we keep on kicking this responsibility down the line, not doing an evaluation, not even discussing it at the committee level. And I think that's irresponsible. If we want to make sure this district is solidified and going the right way, we have to have a leader. So we have to make sure we know where we're going in the future. And I just believe we have to have this decision soon so that we can get the best candidate if we're going to go that route, or sign Carson to some more time. But this is a matter of making sure we have a person, and the right person, and a qualified person in the superintendent position. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Jim?
Oh.
Did I get it right? Or did I
don't know.
No,
I don't know. I'm
got
so
it right.
confused as to who's all in there myself. So
I know.
Couple comments. I'm kind of surprised that somebody's got just under 8 months left in this contract, that we have to stop everything before this new board takes over and get this taken care of. Currently, we're going to have anywhere from 43 to 57% difference overturn or change on this board. So why don't we want to take the people that are coming on that have stepped forward to file, including you, Madam Chair? You filed. Why wouldn't we want to let them be part of what they asked to be part of? It's beside me that we're dismissing their way, that the fact that they're going to come on board and have put their name, 11 people put their name and paid their money and put their name to be on the ballot. So yeah, I'm not so sure, and last spring, or whatever spring it was, spring of 19, this never came up then, as to we have to rush it through. We have to get done right away because of whatever. But now we have to rush it through based upon the fact that you think it needs to be done. It can be done with the new board. If the person's good enough to qualify, let them get their put on there. It's but I don't know why we have to run through. Somebody's got 8 months left in their contract to come up with before the end of the year, to bring back before the board negotiations. So yeah, I wouldn't support that. I think Arlen's absolutely dead on with this. Let the new board, who's going to be involved for 2 to 4 years, at least 2 years, working together with him, and go forward with that. So.
All right, Heidi.
Yes, now it's me. Well, and I've got to endorse, your approach, Pam, about the process. And it's just a timing issue, too. And, you're right about the pool of candidates. And to leave it to a new board, they're going to have zero experience and nothing specific to evaluate. And so I think that's kind of a strange approach too, where people who have worked with somebody for years, a minimum of 2 years, some of us 10 years, and to disregard that experience, working experience, I think is kind of how I see it. So we're going to be running the evaluation exercise. I think this discussion is somewhat premature too. We did this exercise as a board. It's one of our greatest responsibilities. And this is just the rhythm of how superintendent evaluations work. This isn't a mystery. This is how it's done out there. And we're trying to do it according to best practice with MSBA, actually adding another level of evaluation mid-year. And then the time frame, we cannot negotiate with the superintendent until after, June 30th of this current year. I mean, so we're guided by law, common practice, and then the rhythm of how this works in the school district world. So I look forward to the evaluation process at the next meeting.
Thank you, Heidi. Mike?
I agree with the way you laid it out, Pam. It benefits both the district and the superintendent to figure out before the end of the year whether you're going to go through with employment or not. It's and to have 3 new people coming on board, brand new, not having any experience with being in the district, running the schools. I don't see what value they can necessarily add unless they come in with an opinion of their own, that they're not coming in to objectively see what's going on in the district. I don't see how you can get any experience if you start negotiations and or evaluations in January or February or March. It takes a long time to get up to speed with what's going on in the district, and it takes a lot of experience talking with people in the district and the administrators and teachers as to what is going on and how things are working. And it's absurd to think that 3 inexperienced people can add value to an evaluation of something that they have not experienced. So I think we need to go through with this. And if there's such an objection to Karsten being our superintendent, we can do a 1-year contract, but to leave it up to the new board is just, it makes no sense to me. You know, the first thing they have to do is hire a superintendent. No way, makes no sense. That's it.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Mike. Holly, scratch Holly, wait, Holly.
I changed my mind. Okay, when I came on the board in 2019, why did we do the contract then? I voted for a 2-year contract for Karsten. I proposed 3 years. The 4 of you said no. Arlen said no, 2 years. Jim said 1 year. So why in 2019, in January or February, was it good enough then, but now it's not? I don't know the answer to that, but the consistency behind it is shaky. So to say that, you know, people are coming onto the board with no experience, I disagree, Mike, and I'm going to say it gently. I'm a teacher for 25 years. There's a lot of things that I knew coming onto the board. There's a lot of things that I learned. But even as a 2-year board member, I'm going to continue to learn things. And a lot of things I know are going to continue to be strengthened. So to say that they don't have experience, I don't think is a fair statement. Now, have they been on a finance committee? Maybe not. But are they good at finances? How do we know? So common sense could go either way on this one. But I do know that we voted Karsten in 2019, or not voted him in. I'm sorry. We finalized the contract in 2019. So I'm curious as to how all of a sudden that's not going to work. And nobody has to respond, but I just know that that's what happened because I proposed 3 years, which would have taken us through 2021, and I was shot down. So that's all I'm saying. It seems, again, confusing.
Yeah. If I could just add something first, the board and the superintendent have the right to negotiate, during the last year of my contract. So, if we negotiate now or negotiate late, after January 1st, it's up to the board and the superintendent. There's no such thing as past practice. And I will say though that negotiating now is consistent with what we've talked about since January, when we decided to go for implementing the MSBA model. And there's no doubt about that. I know Arlen was a strong proponent as well as others in terms of following that timeline. And it just makes sense for everyone. I will also say that, let's say the board changes, and I know there have been some conversations that have taken place, and so, maybe people have formed opinions about me. And one thing I'll note is that if there's a board that doesn't want me, then I get that. I understand that, and I will look for another job. So even if I have another contract in hand this fall, if the new board doesn't want me, then I will look for another job. It's as simple as that. But I think it's important to treat all of our employees fairly. And if there's an issue out there, just say it. If you don't want me as your superintendent, just say it. Instead of coming up with these red herring arguments.
Well, and I think when we were negotiating back in January and February for the start of a July 1st contract, the reason we changed it is because that felt too late. It felt too late for us to look for a good, like, what if in January or February, yeah, you said, yeah, let's do 3 years. But what if we were in a completely different place and we didn't want Karsten anymore? January or February or March, whenever we decided and voted on that contract, was almost on the late side of trying to find a good candidate to fill that spot. Do you see what I'm saying? We would open up the job March, April, then we had to do all that interviewing and searching in a small amount of time. So I think by backing it up and starting negotiations sooner, it gives us more time. It gives the superintendent more time. It's all in good common sense and putting us as a district in a better position to find the best candidate for a job if we go with somebody else. Or when we go with somebody else, because I assume that even if Karsten stays till he retires, at some point we're going to need a new superintendent. So when do you want to start looking for a new superintendent if we have that chance or opportunity? Do you want to start looking in March, April, for somebody to start in July? I don't think we do. So we're just trying to set ourselves up. We changed the timeline to give us as a board more chance and more time to look for better candidates when or if need be.
I'm going to respond real quick, though, just because you were answering my question. I'm going to respond. That's, like Jim said, only 57% of it could be 43, it could be 57. That's their decision to make.
Can I ask too, wasn't 2018, so that fall before, Holly, on your question about the timeline, didn't we have a very important referendum that fall, or am I just getting old and I don't necessarily, or was that 2016? I'm sorry.
We did.
It's the same one.
Now we have COVID. I mean, we could always have a very thing.
But I'm trying to figure out like a little bit of the timeline of what your point is, because I agree with you. And I think, I mean, if the referendum was in fall of 2018, and I think much of that was depending on, gosh, if this doesn't go through, like we could be going another direction or something. So I just kind of wanted to give that perspective.
That makes sense to me. Thank you because I'm trying to figure out like, it's like, okay, now we have to do this. And I'm like, okay. So that's just kind of where my head was. But, when we say we, like we're assuming we is going to be for the next 3 years. We stops tomorrow. With 3 new members who vote on 31st. However, we for the next 4 years are not we anymore. Mm-hmm. In all fairness to new people coming on. So anyways, I'm done.
All right. So let's hear from Jim and Mike. Holly, do you have anything more to say? You're in the queue, but I'll keep. Okay. So Jim and Mike, and then I think that we can move on. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, you're on mute, Jim.
I pulled a Madam Chairman there on that time there. Couldn't find my mute button.
Right.
So as a board member, I take offense to the red herring comment by the superintendent. So with that, I've pretty much spelled out over the last almost 2 years I've been here about the leadership and that, and it hasn't been to what I want to be. So I try to meet with him one-on-one, but he doesn't follow through with. I share my concerns, and then they don't always. Something else happens. So him and I have a meeting at on the 4th at 8 a.m. I'll try it again, but I'm losing patience. So
wait a second, Jim. Wait a second.
Wait a second. What are you talking about? Wait a second. You're the one that wants to talk about. You're the one that said through that red herring. I'm the one that mentioned at a one-on-one meeting about looking at a full-time finance person. 10 days later, you rammed through a request for a 3-year agreement for the whoever Todd Netsky's company is, and then with that, you failed to tell us there's a 20% hit by telling us if we get out of it early. Why didn't you never even thought about that conversation? You did it, in my eyes, deliberately. And I got no faith in you. So go on, do what you got to do. But
you just muted, Jim. You know
that's the reason I did.
And it's that's why it's important to have evaluations. But I will say that we've had several one-on-one meetings since you've been on the board. You've postponed a couple of times. There was one time that I ended up having to meet with a parent over important issues, and so I wasn't able to attend our meeting. I've gone down to your office in Goodhue. I'm willing to meet with you here. I'm willing to meet with you virtually. So any insinuation that I haven't met with you is just wrong. It's just wrong.
I said,
and I will say, you know what, Jim, it's my turn with the floor.
Go ahead.
And I will also say that at any time over the last 2 years, you could have made a motion to hire a full-time business manager. You could have made an amendment to hire a full-time business manager, and you didn't. Just because Jim Bryant wants that particular issue doesn't mean that I need to support it. I'm going to have my own opinions. I'm going to follow the full board. Don't get me wrong. But, these are important issues that we need to discuss together. And so I will stand by my recommendation to keep SMS as our business management firm. Jackie Paradis is outstanding. And, I think it's important to keep those issues out there, to vote on the issues, and then move on.
For clarification, I never said you wouldn't meet with me. You have met with me twice. Once we're in your office, and then once down in Goodhue. But there was no other meetings planned. There are a few canceled, but they were fulfilled by the 2 meetings that we've had. Only, and that came about after our first school board evaluation process. There's only been 2 scheduled, so we'll go on. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll quit.
Yep, thank you. I think we need to rein it back in. We've been talking about the timing of the superintendent evaluation. We've agreed that we're going to do it in 2 weeks' time. So we will go ahead with that plan. Mike, your name was in the queue. I don't want to skip over. Do you have any last comments on this evaluation piece?
Yeah, the superintendent evaluation when Holly and Jim first came on the board had been put off. And that's why we wanted to get into a regular cycle and a more beneficial cycle for the district. That's how we got to where we are today. And we need to, it's the best thing for the district. It's the best thing for the superintendent. And I think it's the best thing for new people coming on the board to have somebody there who knows what's going on, who's familiar with it, and can lead them or at least guide them into their new positions, especially if there's only 3 experienced board members and there's 4 new ones. It would just be a very difficult thing. This is we've had trouble with timing in getting our evaluations done, both the board self-evaluations and the superintendent evaluations. So we're trying to get a rhythm down and make things more regular. So if the next board can succeed in doing that and getting regular meetings, regular evaluations, all the more power to them, because it does seem like something always comes up, but we need to set it and do it and not put it off because of something that comes up.
Yeah, agreed. All right, thank you. I'm going to move us on now. The last piece on our agenda is future topics and upcoming meetings. There is a nice list there talking about all the coming things for the rest of the year, who is meeting where and when. So I will just refer you to that. Is there anything else that needs to be added to this list that's not on here? Holly?
Yes, I was just hoping Carson could come through with some kind of charting for COVID.
Okay.
Event that he doesn't have to say we're going remote right now because of numbers. I would like to see some kind of charting go on for at least the board members to see and possibly public, but I just wanted to add that in there. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, thank you. We talked about that earlier today, but I'm glad you brought that up so that we can make sure that doesn't get lost. Great. Any other meetings? Heidi?
I just want to clarify the canvass, the election results. Is that a full in-person meeting as far as we know at this time? And what is the location?
My assumption, unless Lisa has heard otherwise, that it's a virtual meeting.
Oh, okay.
So, but we will double check that to see if there are some special election requirements.
Okay.
So Lisa, if you wouldn't mind checking with the county just to double check that.
Okay. Thank you.
And by the way, I put it as late as possible because I'm sure it's going to be a busy place down at the county. And you know what, at the beginning during the recognitions part, I should have recognized them because during our referendums, I know how much work goes into this. And of course, with tomorrow's election, it's going to be tenfold. So thank you to everyone at the county working with the elections as well.
Absolutely.
All right, good. Anything else? Any other topics or upcoming meetings? Seeing none, then I will look for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Holly? Oh, who said so moved? I'll give it to you, Holly, to the motion. Who wants to
I can second it.
Janie, second it. All right. We will start with Ms. Jones to vote.
Aye.
Ms. Tower? Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
I am gladly done with this meeting.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We are adjourned 7-0. Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night.
Night.